Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 28. Let's go through the words. Huzza. A word used as a shout of joy, exultation, approbation, or encouragement. Junta. A council, a convention, a tribunal, an assembly, especially the Grand Council of State in Spain. Slugworm. Any caterpillar which has the general appearance of a slug, as do those of certain moths belonging to Limacodes and allied genera, and those of certain sawflies. Tralatitious. Passed along, handed down, transmitted. Resentment. The act of resenting. Invader. One who invades, an assailant, an encroacher, an intruder. Sunshiny. Bright with the rays of the sun, clear, warm, or pleasant, as a sunshiny day. Grammar. To discourse according to the rules of grammar. To use grammar. Grab. To gripe suddenly, to seize, to snatch, to clutch. Endear. To make dear or beloved. Welt. In steam boilers and sheet iron work, a strip riveted upon the edges of plates that form a butt joint. Stake. A stick inserted upright in a lock, or mortise, at the side or end of a cart, a flat car, or the like, to prevent goods from falling off. Territorialize. To reduce to the condition of a territory. Symmetral. Commensurable. Symmetrical. Crew. A bottle or vessel, especially a vial or small glass bottle for holding vinegar, oil, pepper, or the like, for the table, a caster. Oversaturate. To saturate to excess. Revisional. Of or pertaining to revision, revisory. Headlong. Hastily, without delay or respite. Poker. The poacher. Pedestal. An iron socket or support for the foot of a brace at the end of a truss where it rests on a pier. Cat. To manure land by pasturing cattle on it or causing them to lie upon Italian. Pharasma. In consideration that, seeing that, since, because that, followed by Anglo-Saxon, since, because, introducing a reason of something before advanced, a cause, motive, explanation, justification, or the like, of an action related or a statement made. It is logically nearly equivalent to since, or because, but connects less closely, and is sometimes used as a very general introduction to something suggested by what has gone before. Stuff. The fundamental material of which anything is made up. Elemental part. Essence. Snatchingly. By snatching, abruptly. Rock rose. A name given to any species of the genus Helianthemum, low shrubs or herbs with yellow flowers, especially the European H. vulgar and the American frostweed, H. canadens. Abyssinian. Of or pertaining to Abyssinia. Suppliant. Manifesting entity, expressive of supplication. Freshening. Present participle and verbal noun of freshen, to relieve, as rope, by change of place where friction wears it, or to renew, as the material used to prevent chafing, as, to freshen a hose. Consummated. Imperfect and past participle of consummate, to bring to completion, to raise to the highest point or degree, to complete, to finish, to perfect, to achieve. Abetment. The act of abetting, as, an abetment of treason, crime, etc. Faradization. The treatment with faradic or induced currents of electricity for remedial purposes. Backs. A rope or strap used to prevent excessive forward motion. Errand. A verbal noun ending in e, preceded by to unusually denoting purpose or end, called also the dative infinitive, as, it have meat to eat and I have meat to eat. In modern English the name has been applied to verbal or participle nouns denoting a transitive action, for example, by throwing a stone. Cribbing. A framework of timbers and plank backing for a shaft lining, to prevent caving, percolation of water, etc. Shape. To adapt to purpose, to regulate, to adjust, to direct, as, to shape the course of a vessel. Torpidly. In a torpid manner. Chiropody. The art of treating diseases of the hands and feet. Culling. An embrace, dalliance. Collocation. A speaking or conversing together, conference, mutual discourse. Vanward. Being on, or towards, the van, or front. To happen. To happen to. Determinator. One who determines. Eroded. Eaten away, logged, irregular, as if eaten or worn away. Abase. To lower or depress, to throw or cast down, as, to base the eye. Self-delusion. The act of deluding one's self, or the state of being thus deluded. Moxa. a plant from which this substance is obtained, especially Artemisia chinensis and Anomoxa.
Clothe.
To provide with clothes, as to feed and clothe a family, to clothe oneself extravagantly.
Parallelopipe.
A solid, the faces of which are 6 parallelograms, the opposite pairs being parallel and equal to each other, a prism whose base is a parallelogram.
Bendy.
To give and receive reciprocally, to exchange.
Derringer.
A kind of short-barreled pocket pistol, of very large caliber, often carrying a half-ounce ball.
Pine.
To languish, to lose flesh or wear away, under any distress or anxiety of mind, to droop, often used with away.
Worship.
To honor with extravagant love and extreme submission, as a lover, to adore, to idolize.
Confided.
Imperfect and past participle of confide, to put faith in, to repose confidence, to trust, usually followed by in, as, the prince confides in his ministers.
Consulary.
Of or pertaining to a consul, performing the duties of a consul, as, consular power, consular dignity, consular officers.
Ophiuchus.
A constellation in the northern hemisphere, delineated as a man holding a serpent in his hands, called also Serpentarius.
Ousted.
Imperfect and past participle of oust, to take away, to remove.
Hobnob.
To associate familiarly, to be on intimate terms.
Loose.
To untie or unbind, to free from any fastening, to remove the shackles or fastenings of, to set free, to relieve.
Locomotion.
The act of moving from place to place.
Eluding.
Present participle and verbal noun of elude, to play upon by artifice, to deceive, to mock, to excite and disappoint the hopes of.
Dauber.
The mud wasp, the mud dauber.
Cracker.
A pair of fluted rolls for grinding caoutchouc.
Regardful.
Heedful, attentive, observant.
Noiseless.
Making, or causing, no noise or bustle. Without noise, silent, as, the noiseless foot of time.
Stinkhorn.
A kind of fungus of the genus Phallus, which emits a fetid odor.
Steving.
Present participle and verbal noun of steve, a spar, with a block at one end, used in stowing cotton bales, and similar kinds of cargo which need to be packed tightly.
Tunable.
capable of being tuned or made harmonious, hence, harmonious, musical, tuneful.
12.
The next in order after the 11th.
Resigned.
Submissive, yielding, not disposed to resist or murmur.
Aspire.
The act of aspirating, the pronunciation of a letter with a full or strong emission of breath, an aspirated sound.
Jaried.
A blunt javelin used by the people of the Levant, especially in mock fights.
Photomechanical.
Pertaining to, or designating, any photographic process in which a printing surface is obtained without the intervention of hand engraving.
Lensiform.
Having the form of a lens.
Aforesaid.
Said before, or in a preceding part, already described or identified.
Offensive.
Making the first attack, assailant, aggressive, hence, used in attacking, opposed to defensive, as, an offensive war, offensive weapons.
Camera.
A chamber, or instrument having a chamber, specifically, the camera obscura when used in photography, a chamber, or instrument having a chamber, specifically, the camera obscura when used in photography, a chamber, or instrument having a chamber, specifically, the camera obscura when used in photography, see camera, and camera obscura, and camera obscura.
Batterer.
One who, or that which, batters.
Resistive.
Serving to resist.
Bullbeggar.
Something used or suggested to produce terror, as in children or persons of weak mind, a bugbear.
Croak.
Imperfect and past participle of croak, to make a low, hoarse noise in the throat, as a frog, a raven, or a crow, hence, to make any hoarse, dismal sound.
Voice.
The faculty or power of utterance, as, to cultivate the voice.
Tally-ho.
A tally-ho coach.
Nomination.
The act of naming or nominating, designation of a person as a candidate for office, the power of nominating, the state of being nominated.
Locus.
A place, a locality. A by.
Ensphere.
To form into a sphere.
Admired.
Wonderful. Also, admirable.
Rhabdomancy.
Divination by means of rods or wands.
Springe.
To catch in a springe, to ensnare. A large cavity or hole in the ground, either natural or artificial, a cavity in the surface of a body, an indentation.
Traitor.
To act the traitor toward, to betray, to deceive.
Insolubility.
The quality of being inexplicable or insolvable.
Quarter.
To divide into four equal parts.
Law.
A law made by husbandmen respecting rural affairs, a rustic or local law or bylaw.
Grieved.
Imperfect and past participle of grieve, armor for the leg below the knee, usually in the plural.
Divorced.
Imperfect and past participle of divorce, a legal dissolution of the marriage contract by a court or other body having competent authority. This is properly a divorce, and called, technically, divorce of vinculo matrimony.
Question.
To doubt of, to be uncertain of, to query.
Nutty.
Abounding in nuts.
Tripling.
Present participle and verbal noun of triple, consisting of three united, multiplied by three, threefold, as, a triple knot, a triple tie.
Populin.
A glycoside, related to salicin, found in the bark of certain species of the poplar populus, and extracted as a sweet white crystalline substance.
Illusion.
Act of eluding, adroit escape, as by artifice, a mockery, a cheat, trickery.
Solving.
Present participle and verbal noun of solve, to explain, to resolve, to unfold, to clear up what is obscure or difficult to be understood, to work out a result or conclusion, as, to solve a doubt, to solve difficulties, to solve a problem.
Privileged.
Invested with a privilege, enjoying a peculiar right, advantage, or immunity.
Outclimb.
To climb beyond, to surpass in climbing.
Lucerne.
A lynx, a leguminous plant Medicago sativa, having bluish-purple clover-like flowers, cultivated for fodder, called also alfalfa.
Curved.
Bowed, bent, curved.
Swollen.
Of swell.
Welcomely.
In a welcome manner.
Triticum.
A genus of grasses including the various species of wheat.
Disary.
Of disary.
Labium.
A lip, or lip-like organ.
Beautiful.
Having the qualities which constitute beauty, pleasing to the sight or the mind.
Olympiad.
A period of 4 years, by which the ancient Greeks reckoned time. being the interval from one celebration of the Olympic Games to another, beginning with the victory of horse/bus in the foot race, which took place in the year 776 B centigrade, as the era of the Olympiads.
Keystone.
The central or topmost stone of an arch, this in some styles is made different in size from the other voussoirs, or projects, or is decorated with carving of arch.
Doctor.
To make one, a doctor.
Serve you.
A survey.
Worse.
Bad, ill, evil, or corrupt, in a greater degree, more bad or evil, less good, specifically, in poorer health, more sick, used both in a physical and moral sense.
Heritability.
The state of being heritable.
Crud.
A knee, or piece of knee timber.
Paradoxer.
Any species of Paradoxurus, a genus of Asiatic vivarying mammals allied to the civet, as the musang, and the luwak or tomcat Paradoxurus hermaphroditus, a small animal of Java Paradoxurus fasciatus, allied to the civets. It swallows, but does not digest, large quantities of ripe coffee berries, thus serving to disseminate the coffee plant, hence it is called also coffee rat.
Nomocracy.
Government in accordance with a system of law.
Train.
To trace, as a load or any mineral appearance, to its head.
Pie.
The ground or spot on which tents, huts, etc. are erected for shelter, as for an army or for lumbermen, etc. 5.
Caucus.
To hold, or meet in, a caucus or caucuses.
Torsion.
That force with which a thread, wire, or rod of any material returns, or tends to return, to a state of rest after it has been twisted. Torsibility.
Bow.
Bulk, volume.
Bypass.
A bypassage, for a pipe or other channel, to divert circulation from the usual course.
Woolward going.
The wearing of woolen clothes next the skin as a matter of penance.
Predatory.
Characterized by plundering, practicing rapine, plundering, pillaging, as a predatory excursion, a predatory party.
Hobbled.
Imperfect and past participle of hobble. To walk lame, bearing chiefly on one leg, to walk with a hitch or hop, or with crutches.
Rubber.
In some games, as whist, the odd game, as the third or the fifth, when there is a tie between the players, as to play the rubber, also, a contest determined by the winning of 2 out of 3 games, as to play a rubber of whist.
Store.
That which is accumulated or massed together, a source from which supplies may be drawn, hence, an abundance, a great quantity, or a great number.
Tormentor.
One who, or that which, torments, a tormentor.
Bounty.
Wavy, waving slash curly.
Dextro.
A prefix from Latin dexter, meaning pertaining to or toward the right.
Stand.
A place or post where one stands, a place where one may stand while observing or waiting for something.
Waterway.
Heavy plank or timber extending fore and aft the whole length of a vessel's deck at the line of junction with the sides, forming a channel to the scuppers, which are cut through Italian. In iron vessels the waterway is variously constructed.
Straight.
A variant of straight.
Equilibration.
Act of keeping a balance, or state of being balanced, equipus.
Oppose.
To be set opposite.
Thrift.
One of several species of flowering plants of the genera Status and Armeria.
Avoided.
Imperfect and past participle of avoid, to defeat or evade, to invalidate. Thus, in a replication, the plaintiff may deny the defendant's plea, or confess it, and avoid it by stating new matter.
Though.
Compensation, amends, satisfaction, expiation, as, manbo, a compensation or amends slain.
Biddable.
Disputable.
Power.
The rate at which mechanical energy is exerted or mechanical work performed, as by an engine or other machine, or an animal, working continuously, as an engine of 20 horsepower.
Iambic.
An iambic foot, an iambus.
Superstitionist.
One addicted to superstition.
Propitious.
Hence, kind, gracious, merciful, helpful, said of a person or a divinity.
Moonsail.
A sail sometimes carried in light winds, above a sky sail.
Safeguard.
A convoy or guard to protect a traveler or property.
Intimacy.
To enlarge or expand with heat, to swell, specifically, to swell up or bubble up under the action of heat, as before the blowpipe.
Tutari.
The office or occupation of a tutor, tutorship, guardianship.
Adventive.
Happening by chance, or unexpectedly, taking place not according to the usual course of things, casual, fortuitous, as an accidental visit.
Microcachi.
a genus of strobacteria, in the form of very small globular or oval cells, forming, by transverse division, filaments, or chains of cells, or in some cases single organisms shaped like dumbbells Diplococcus, all without the power of motion of a scoccus.
Gutturalize.
To speak gutturally, to give a guttural sound to.
Slip.
A narrow passage between buildings.
Crusted.
Imperfect and past participle of crust, an incrustation on the interior of wine bottles, the result of the ripening of the wine, a deposit of tartar, etc. The second crust formed in port and some other wines after long keeping. It consists of pure, shining scales of tartar, supposed to resemble the wing of a bee.
Ovaliform.
Having the form of an egg, having a figure such that any section in the direction of the shorter diameter will be circular, and any in the direction of the longer diameter will be oval.
Crucify.
To destroy the power or ruling influence of, to subdue completely, to mortify.
Convoy.
A vessel or fleet, or a train or trains of wagons, employed in the transportation of munitions of war, money, subsistence, clothing, etc., and having an armed escort.
Hagberry.
A plant of the genus Prunus page, Potus, the bird cherry.
Counterstand.
Resistance, opposition, a stand against.
Wheelworm.
The harvest mite, so called from the wheels, caused by its
Fontal.
pertaining to font, fountain, source, or origin, original, primitive.
Cornicular.
A secretary or clerk.
Fossilized.
Imperfect and past participle of fossilize, to cause to become antiquated, rigid, or fixed, as by fossilization, to mummify, to deaden.
Stipendiaries.
One who receives a stipend.
Palatability.
The quality or state of being agreeable to the taste, relish, acceptableness.
Institute.
That which is instituted, established, or fixed, as a law, habit, or custom.
Dunlin.
A species of sandpiper tringa alpina, called also chur, dorby, grassbird, and red-backed sandpiper. It is found both in Europe and America.
Copy holder.
One who reads copy to a proofreader.
Dumbledore.
A bumblebee, also, a cockchafer.
Combatable.
Such as can be, or is liable to be, combated, as, combatable foes, evils, or arguments.
Meadow.
A tract of low or level land producing grass which is known for hay. any field on which grass is grown for hay.
Insurgent.
Rising in opposition to civil or political authority, or against an established government, insubordinate, rebellious.
Cursor.
Any part of a mathematical instrument that moves or slides backward and forward upon another part.
Deaconess.
A female deacon.
Warbled.
Imperfect and past participle of warble. To sing in a trilling, quavering, or vibratory manner. To modulate with turns or variations. To trill. As certain birds are remarkable for warbling their songs.
Logogram.
A word letter, a phonogram, that, for the sake of brevity, represents a word, as, R, that is, D, for Italian, compare, grammolog.
Accommodator.
He who, or that which, accommodates.
Rectress.
A rectorus.
Nymph.
A lovely young girl, a maiden, a damsel.
Uropaedic.
Producing, or favoring the production of, urine.
Adventure.
A misense causing a person's death without felony, as by drowning, or falling into the fire.
Annual.
A West Indian plant Indigofera annual, one of the original sources of indigo, also, the indigo dye.
Apostolate.
The dignity or office of the Pope, as the holder of the apostolic see.
Whirlicoat.
An open car or chariot.
Rose pink.
Having a pink color like that of the rose, or like the pigment called rose pink, a perforated nozzle, as of a pipe, spout, etc., for delivering water in fine jets, a rose head, also, a strainer at the foot of a pump.
Retortion.
The act of retaliating, or of returning like for like, retribution, now, specifically, the return of evil for evil, e German, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Scythe.
To pare or shave off the rough or thick parts of hides or leather.
Conjugation.
The act of conjugating a verb or giving in order its various parts and inflections.
Racemiform.
Having the form of a raceme.
Spend.
To bestow, to employ, often with on or upon.
Squilodon.
A genus of fossil whales belonging to the Phocadoncia, so called because they are serrated, like a shark's.
Literati.
Learned or literary men, a learned man, a man acquainted with literature, chiefly used in the plural.
Cerebrifugal.
applied to those nerve fibers which go from the brain to the spinal cord, and so transfer cerebral impulses, centrifugal impressions, outwards.
Radical.
A small branch of the rootlet.
Reinsurance.
Insurance a second time or again, renewed insurance.
Rejoin.
To state in reply, followed by an object clause.
Chill.
Attract the enthusiasm or warmth of feeling, discouragement, as a chill comes over an assembly.
Enhouseled.
Not having received the sacrament.
Envelop.
Imperfect and past participle of envelop, a set of limits for the performance capabilities of some type of machine, originally used to refer to aircraft, now also used metaphorically to refer to capabilities of any system in general, including human organizations, especially in the phrase push the envelope. It is used to refer to the maximum performance available at the current state of the technology, and therefore refers to a class of machines in general, not a specific machine.
Guilty.
Having incurred guilt, criminal, morally delinquent, wicked, chargeable with, or responsible for, something censurable, justly exposed to penalty, used with of, and usually followed by the crime, sometimes by the punishment.
Saffron.
The aromatic, pungent, dried stigmas, usually with part of the style of the Crocus sativus, saffron is used in cookery and in coloring confectionery, liquors, varnishes, etc., and was formerly much used in medicine.
Underling.
An inferior person or agent, a subordinate, hence, a mean, sorry fellow.
Moneyed.
Consisting in, or composed of, money.
Juicer.
A species of fungus Herniola auricula jude, slash auricula, bearing some resemblance to the human ear. The magpie, the dipper, or waterzel.
Tie.
Firmly held together, compact, not loose or open, as, tight cloth, a tight knot.
Descendo.
To deprive of an endowment, as a church.
Sanctities.
The state or quality of being sacred or holy, holiness, saintliness, moral purity, godliness.
Anthozoic.
Of or pertaining to the anthozoa.
Has.
Of have.
Fishtail.
Likely of a fish, acting, or producing something, like the tail of a fish.
Barbarous.
Cruel, ferocious, inhuman, merciless.
Specially.
In a special manner, particularly, especially.
heal,
To make ill, sound, or heal, to cure of a disease, wound, or other derangement, to restore to soundness or health.
barbarism,
An uncivilized state or condition, rudeness of manners, ignorance of arts, learning, and literature, barbarousness.
monist,
To warn, to admonish, to advise.
equivalence,
The condition of being equivalent or equal, equality of worth, value, signification, or force, as an equivalence of definitions.
mident,
Sending forth, emitting.
chronograph,
An instrument for measuring or recording intervals of time. Upon a revolving drum or strip of paper moved by clockwork, the action of the stylus or pen is controlled by electricity.
crush,
To overwhelm by pressure or weight, to beat or force down, as by an incumbent weight.
impastation,
The act of making into paste, that which is formed into a paste or mixture, specifically, the combination of different substances by means of cements.
enhouseled,
Not having received the sacrament.
courtesy,
An act of civility, respect, or reverence, made by women, consisting of a slight depression or dropping of the body, with bending of the knees.
paradisial,
Of or pertaining to paradise, suitable to, or like, paradise.
expediment,
An expedient.
quinquefoliate,
Having 5 leaves or leaflets.
batter,
Imperfect and past participle of batter. To beat with successive blows. To beat repeatedly and with violence, so as to bruise, shatter, or demolish, as to batter a wall or rampart.
redounding,
Present participle and verbal noun of redound. To roll back, as a wave or flood. To be sent or driven back. To flow back, as a consequence or effect. To conduce, to contribute, to result.
palestrine,
Of, pertaining to, or living in, a marsh or swamp. Marshy.
and service,
Neglect of duty, idleness, indolence.
horn,
The antler of a deer, which is of bone throughout, and annually shed and renewed.
ex post facto,
From or by an after act, or thing done afterward, in consequence of a subsequent act, retrospective.
levet,
A trumpet call for rousing soldiers, a revel.
brigade chain,
A watch guard.
dimity,
consisting of only one half of what the normal condition requires, having the appearance of lacking one half, as a demediate leaf, which has only one side developed.
Rejoinder.
To make a rejoinder.
Pelargonic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an organic acid called also nonoic acid, found in the leaves of the geranium pelargonium, and allied plants.
Execrative.
A word used for cursing, an imprecatory word or expression.
Stingless.
Having no sting.
Fescue.
An instrument for playing on the harp, a plectrum.
Course.
A series of motions or acts arranged in order, a succession of acts or practices connectedly followed, as a course of medicine, a course of lectures on chemistry.
Temporally.
Temperately.
Triumph.
Imperfect and past participle of triumph, a magnificent and imposing ceremonial performed in honor of a general who had gained a decisive victory over a foreign enemy.
Congratulate.
To address with expressions of sympathetic pleasure on account of some happy event affecting the person addressed, to wish joy to.
Surement.
A making sure, surety.
Deluge.
To overflow with water, to inundate, to overwhelm.
Cry.
To utter loudly, to call out, to shout, to sound abroad, to declare publicly.
Angleworm.
Earthworm of the genus Lumbricus, frequently used by anglers for bait. Any worm of the genus Lumbricus and allied genera, found in damp soil. One of the largest and most abundant species in Europe and America is Latin terrestris. Many others are known, called also angleworm and dewworm.
Blossom.
The flower of a plant, or the essential organs of reproduction, with their appendages, fluorescence, bloom. The flowers of a plant, collectively, as the blossoms and fruit of a tree, an apple tree in blossom.
Peck.
Imperfect and past participle of peck, hence, to strike, pick, thrust against, or dig into, with a pointed instrument, especially, to strike, pick, etc., with repeated quick movements.
Verbal.
Of or pertaining to a verb, as a verbal group, derived directly from a verb, as a verbal noun, used in forming verbs, as a verbal prefix.
Decipher.
To stem, to detect, to discover.
Bacteriologist.
One skilled in bacteriology.
Porridge.
A food made by boiling some leguminous or farinaceous substance, or the meal of it, in water or in milk, making of broth or thin pudding, as barley porridge, milk porridge, bean porridge, etc.
Gosling.
A gosling.
Parcel.
To add a parcel or item to itemize.
Multiflue.
Having many flues, as a multiflue boiler, a strong metallic vessel, usually of wrought iron plates riveted together, or a composite structure variously formed, in which steam is generated for driving engines, or for heating, cooking, or other purposes.
Relation.
The state of being related or of referring, what is apprehended as appertaining to being or quality, by considering it in its bearing upon something else, relative quality or condition, the being such and such with regard or respect to some other thing, connection, as the relation of experience to knowledge, the relation of master to servant.
Try.
To subject to severe trial, to put to the test, to cause suffering or trouble to.
Splasher.
One who, or that which, splashes.
Heaviness.
The state or quality of being heavy in its various senses, weight, sadness, sluggishness, oppression, thickness.
Broadened.
Imperfect and past participle of broaden, to make broad or broader, to render more broad or comprehensive.
Invaded.
Imperfect and past participle of invade, to enter with hostile intentions, to enter with a view to conquest or plunder, to make an eruption into, to attack, as the Romans invaded Great Britain.
Chronology.
The science which treats of measuring time by regular divisions or periods, and which assigns to the events or transactions their proper dates.
Circumvolve.
To roll round, to cause to revolve, to put into a circular motion.
Blister.
To give pain to, or to injure, as if by a blister.
Thunder.
To produce thunder, to sound, rattle, or roar, as a discharge of atmospheric electricity, often used impersonally, as it thundered continuously.
Brief.
A letter patent, from proper authority, authorizing a collection or charitable contribution of money in churches, for any public or private purpose.
Cookery.
The art or process of preparing food for the table, by dressing, compounding, and the application of
Indifferent.
not inclined to one side, party, or choice more than to another, neutral, impartial.
Presignification.
The act of signifying or showing beforehand.
Umbriferous.
Casting or making a shade, umbrageous.
Bead.
A drop of sweat or other liquid.
Stagnation.
The condition of being stagnant, cessation of flowing or circulation, as of a fluid, the state of being motionless, as the stagnation of the blood, the stagnation of water or air, the stagnation of vapors.
Exemplar.
A copy of a book or writing.
Sustain.
To keep from falling, to bear, to hold, to support, as a foundation sustains a superstructure, a beast sustains a load, a rope sustains a weight.
Retrograde.
Tending or moving backward, having a backward course, contrary, as a retrograde motion, opposed to progressive.
Steam.
To rise in vapor, to issue or pass off as vapor.
Assailant.
Yawning, gaping.
Circle.
A series ending where it begins and repeating itself.
Torsion.
To make horse.
Turtledove.
Any one of several species of pigeons more or less resembling the true turtledoves, as the American mourning dove by that, by how much, by so much, on that account, used before comparatives, as, the longer we continue in sin, the more difficult it is to reform.
Acute.
Having nice discernment, perceiving or using minute distinctions, penetrating, clever, shrewd, opposed to dull or stupid, as an acute observer, acute remarks, or reasoning.
Ton.
40 cubic feet of space, being the unit of measurement of the burden, or carrying capacity, of a vessel, as a vessel of 300 tons burden.
Drain.
To exhaust of liquid contents by drawing them off, to make gradually dry or empty, to remove surface water, as from streets, by gutters, etc., to deprive of moisture, hence, to exhaust, to empty of wealth, resources, or the like, as, to drain a country of its specky.
Fresh water.
Unskilled, raw.
Vanillin.
A white crystalline aldehyde having a burning taste and characteristic odor of vanilla. It is extracted from vanilla pods, and is also obtained by the decomposition of coniferin, and by the oxidation of eugenol.
Marginate.
Having a margin distinct in appearance or structure.
Quintessence.
Hence, an extract from anything containing its rarest virtue, or most subtle and essential constituent in a small quantity, pure or concentrated essence.
Native.
Original, constituting the original substance of anything, as native dust.
Not.
Shorn,
Compound.
to compose, to constitute.
Rostrum.
The beaks, the stage or platform in the foreign where orations, pleadings, funeral harangues, etc. were delivered, so called because after the Latin War, it was adorned with the beaks of captured vessels, later applied also to other platforms erected in Rome for the use of public orators.
obsequious,
Promptly obedient or submissive to the will of another, compliant, yielding to the desires of another, devoted.
shipbuilding,
Naval architectural, the art of constructing ships and other vessels.
wallow,
To roll oneself about, as in mire, to tumble and roll about, to move lazily or heavily in any medium, to flounder, as swine wallow in the mire.
bantling,
A young or small child, an infant, slightly contemptuous or depreciatory.
yond,
Furious, mad, angry, fierce.
caustic,
One of a warlike, pastoral people, skillful as horsemen, inhabiting different parts of the Russian Empire and furnishing valuable contingents of irregular cavalry to its armies, those of Little Russia and those of the Don forming the principal divisions.
bland,
Mild, soft, gentle, smooth and soothing in manner, suave, as a bland temper, bland persuasion, a bland sycophant.
weasand,
The windpipe, called also, formerly, vessel.
ambiguousness,
The quality or state of being ambiguous, doubtfulness or uncertainty, particularly as to the signification of language, arising from its admitting of more than one meaning, an equivocal word or expression.
executive,
Designed or fitted for execution, or carrying into effect, as executive talent, qualifying for, concerned with, or pertaining to, the execution of the laws or the conduct of affairs, as executive power or authority, executive duties, officer, department, etc.
delicate,
Refined, gentle, scrupulous not to trespass or offend, considerate, set of manners, conduct, or feelings, as delicate behavior, delicate attentions, delicate thoughtfulness.
fanfaron,
A bully, a hector, a swaggerer, an empty boaster.
positivism,
A system of philosophy originated by Auguste Comte, which deals only with positives. It excludes from philosophy everything but the natural phenomena or properties of knowable things, together with their invariable relations of coexistence and succession, as occurring in time and space. Such relations are denominated laws, which are to be discovered by observation, experiment, and comparison. This philosophy holds all inquiry into causes, both efficient and final, to be useless and unprofitable.
adultery,
Tainted with adultery.
Damascene.
A sort of damask steel.
Carburetted.
Combined with carbon in the manner of a carbide or carbide.
Slow.
A small, bitter, wild European plum, the fruit of the black third Prunus spinosa, also the tree itself.
Green.
A bundle of grain, a handful of grain laid down by the reaper as it is called.
Double.
A turn or circuit in running to escape pursuit, hence, a trick, a shift, an artifice.
Shall.
As an auxiliary, shall indicates a duty or necessity whose obligation is derived from the person speaking, as, you shall go, he shall go. That is, I order or promise you're going. It thus ordinarily expresses, in the second and third persons, a command, a threat, or a promise. If the auxiliary be emphasized, the command is made more imperative, the promise or that more positive and sure. It is also employed in the language of prophecy, as, the day shall come when since a promise or threat and an authoritative prophecy nearly coincide in significance. In shall with the first person, the necessity of the action is sometimes implied as residing elsewhere than in the speaker, as, I shall suffer, we shall see, and there is always a less distinct and positive assertion of his volition than is indicated by will. I shall go implies nearly a simple futurity, more exactly, a foretelling or an expectation of my going, in which, naturally enough, a certain degree of plan or intention may be included. Emphasize the shall, and the event is described as certain to occur, and the expression approximates in meaning to our emphatic I will go. In a question, the relation of speaker and source of obligation is of course transferred to the person addressed, as, shall you go answer, I shall go. Shall he go that is, do you require or promise his going answer, he shall go. The same relation is transferred to either second or third person in such phrases as you say, or think, you shall go. He says, or thinks, he shall go, after a conditional conjunction as if, whether, shall is used in all persons to express futurity simply, as, if I, you, or he shall say they are right, should is everywhere used in the same connection and the same senses as shall, as it's imperfect. It also expresses duty or moral obligation, as, he should do it whether he will or not, in the early English, and hence in our English Bible. Shall is the auxiliary mainly used, in all the persons, to express simple futurity. Compare, will. CD, shall may be used elliptically. Thus, with an adverb or other word expressive of motion go may be omitted.
Pudding.
A species of food of a soft or moderately hard consistence, variously made, but often a compound of flour or meal, with milk and eggs, etc.
Premeditate.
To think, consider, deliberate, or revolve in the mind, beforehand.
Rookery.
A dilapidated building with many rooms and occupants. A cluster of dilapidated or mean buildings.
Nihilist.
A a member of a secret association, especially in Russia, which is devoted to the destruction of the present political, religious, and social institutions.
nephew,
A cousin,
overliberally,
in an overliberal manner,
heavy,
having much body or strength, set of wines, or other liquors.
suboccipital,
Situated under, or posterior to, the occiput, as the suboccipital, or first cervical, nerve.
purpura,
A disease characterized by livid spots on the skin from extravasated blood, with loss of muscular strength, pain in the limbs, and mental dejection, the purples.
cardamom,
A plant which produces cardamoms, especially Eleutheria cardamomum and several species of ammonium.
lustrated,
Imperfect and past participle of lustrate, to make clear or pure by means of a propitiatory offering, to purify.
application,
The act of applying as a means, the employment of means to accomplish an end, specific use.
russet,
A russet color, a pigment of a russet color.
curses,
A kind of coarse, woolen cloth, usually ribbed, woven from wool of long staple.
vague,
Proceeding from no known authority, unauthenticated, uncertain, flying, as, a vague report.
follicle,
A small cavity, tubular depression, or sac, as, a hair follicle.
vapory,
Hypochondriacal, splenetic, peevish.
dairy,
A place where swine are kept.
manifest,
To show plainly, to make to appear distinctly, usually to the mind, to put beyond question or doubt, to display, to exhibit.
girt line,
Again line.
anguish,
To distress with extreme pain or grief.
sea,
An inland body of water, especially if large or if salt or brackish, as the Caspian Sea, the Sea of Aral, sometimes a small freshwater lake, as the Sea of Galilee.
pigment,
A soldier armed with a pike.
rasher,
An erasure, a change made by erasing.
sentinel,
A marine crab Pitophthalmus vigil, native of the Indian Ocean, remarkable for the great length of its iestics, called also sentinel crab.
hazelnut,
The nut of the hazel.
swore,
Imperative of swear.
scrim,
Thin canvas glued on the inside of panels to prevent shrinking, checking, etc.
Batavian,
A native or inhabitant of Batavia or Holland.
zirconoid,
A double eight-sided pyramid, a form common with tetragonal crystals, so called because this form often occurs in crystals of zircon.
classically,
In a classical manner, according to the manner of classical authors.
succulent,
Full of juice, juicy.
mess,
A quantity of food set on a table at one time. Provision of food for a person or party for one meal. As a mess of pottage, also, the food given to a beast at one time.
wainscoted,
Imperfect and past participle of wainscot, to line with boards or panel work, or as if with panel work, as to wainscot at all.
C,
The C clef, a modification of the letter C, placed on any line of the staff, shows that line to be middle centigrade.
forcer,
The solid piston of a force pump, the instrument by which water is forced in a pump.
manx,
Of or pertaining to the language or people of the of man.
miscarriage,
The act of bringing forth before the time, premature birth.
mate,
To match, to marry.
pontiff,
The chief priest.
ankle,
The brother of one's father or mother, also applied to aunt's husband, the correlative of aunt in sex, and of nephew and niece in relationship.
research,
Diligent inquiry or examination in seeking facts or principles, laborious or continued search after truth, as researches of human wisdom.
off,
Often, frequently, not rarely, many times.
singly,
Without partners, companions, or associates, single-handed, as to attack another singly.
intellectuality,
Intellectual powers, possession of intellect, quality of being intellectual.
rate,
3D pers, sing, pres, of right, for writeth.
droppingly,
In drops.
blastophore,
That portion of the spermatospore which is not converted into spermatoblasts, but carries them.
polysyllabism,
The quality or state of being polysyllabic.
infect,
To contaminate with illegality or to be exposed to penalty.
spear,
A sphere.
Straight.
One breadth of planks or plates forming a continuous range on the bottom or sides of a vessel, reaching from the stem to the stern, a streak.
Covetous.
Deceitful, collusive, fraudulent, dishonest.
Vastness.
The quality or state of being vast.
Aptly.
Ornamented with a pattern which has been cut out of another color or stuff, applied or transferred to foundation, as aptly place, aptly work.
Malcast.
A little elevation of earth made by a molehill.
Planter.
One who owns or cultivates a plantation, as a sugar planter, a coffee planter.
Pund.
A learned man, a teacher, especially a Brahmin versed in the Sanskrit language and in the science, laws, and religion of the Hindus. In Kashmir, any clerk or native official.
Addle-headed.
Dull-witted, stupid.
Bovins.
A boasting.
Unavoidable.
Not avoidable, incapable of being shunned or prevented, inevitable, necessary, as unavoidable troubles.
Verminaceous.
Of or pertaining to natural order verbenaceae, of Gamoptilus plants of which verbena is the type. The order includes also the black and white mangroves, and many plants noted for medicinal use or for beauty of bloom.
Perjurous.
Guilty of perjury, containing perjury.
Superurgent.
Performed to an extent not enjoined, or not required, by duty or necessity, as supererogatory services.
Language.
The expression of ideas by writing, or any other instrumentality.
Incivin.
To render other than seven, to make to be no longer seven.
Shave.
A thin slice, a shaving.
Decorator.
One who decorates, adorns, or embellishes, specifically, an artisan whose business is the decoration of houses, especially their interior decoration.
Buy.
To stake, to wager.
Steerage.
The hinder part of a vessel, the stern.
Ruin.
To bite, to gnaw.
At one.
Of the same opinion, agreed, as, on these points we are at one.
Ubiquitous.
One of the school of Lutheran divines which held that the body of Christ is present everywhere, and especially in the Eucharist, in virtue of his omnipresence, called also ubiquitous, and ubiquitary.
Freeman.
one who enjoys liberty, or who is not subject to the will of another, one not a slave or vassal.
Subjunction.
Something subjoined, as a subjunction to a sentence.
Sea gate.
Belonging, rolling swell of the sea.
Itch.
To have a constant desire or teasing uneasiness, to long for, as, itching ears.
Reside.
To have a seat or fixed position, to inhere, to lie or be as an attribute or element.
Cautioned.
Imperfect and past participle of caution, a careful attention to the probable effects of an act, in order that failure or harm may be avoided, prudence in regard to danger, provident care, wariness.
Check.
Imperfect and past participle of check, a word of warning denoting that the king is in danger. Such a menace of a player is king by an adversary's move as would, if it were any other piece, expose it to immediate capture. A king so menaced is said to be in check, and must be made safe at the next move.
Calumniate.
To accuse falsely and maliciously of a crime or offense, or of something disreputable, to slander, to libel.
Packing.
Present participle and verbal noun of pack, to fill in the manner of a pack, that is, compactly and securely, as for transportation, hence, to fill closely or to repletion, to stow away within, to cause to be full, to crowd into, as, to pack a trunk, the play, or the audience, packs a theater.
Balk.
To leave heaped up, to heap up in piles.
Rifle.
A gun, the inside of whose barrel is grooved with spiral channels, thus giving the ball a rotary motion and ensuring greater accuracy of fire. As a military firearm it has superseded the musk.
Hack.
An implement for cutting a notch, a large pick used in breaking stone.
Fritter.
A fragment, a shred, a small piece.
Vitally.
In a vital manner.
Outwind.
To extricate by winding, to loose.
Rheumatismal.
Of or pertaining to rheumatism.
Partitioning.
Present participle and verbal noun of partition, that which divides or separates, that by which different things, or distinct parts of the same thing, are separated, separating boundary, dividing line or space, specifically, an interior wall dividing one part or apartment of a house, an enclosure, or the like, from another, as a brick partition, lath and plaster partitions.
Hollow.
Reverberated from a cavity, or resembling such a sound, deep, muffled, as a hollow roar.
Green.
To become or grow green.
whosoever,
the possessive of whosoever, whatsoever person, any person whatever that, whoever.
herbarian,
Herbalist,
turn,
the act of turning, movement or motion about, or as if about, a center or axis, revolution, as, the turn of a wheel.
sea cow,
The manti,
house,
to take or put into a house, to shelter under a roof, to cover from the inclemencies of the weather, to protect by covering, as, to house one's family in a comfortable home, to house farming utensils, to house cattle,
low,
to depress, to lower.
genealogies,
An account or history of the descent of a person or family from an ancestor. Enumeration of ancestors and their children in the natural order of succession. A pedigree.
bats,
A small copper coin with a mixture of silver, formerly current in some parts of Germany and Switzerland. It was worth about 4 cents.
saccharinate,
A salt of saccharic acid.
castanets,
Two small, concave shells of ivory or hardwood, shaped like spoons, fastened to the thumb, and beaten together with the middle finger, used by the Spaniards and Moors as an accompaniment to their dance and guitars.
emphyteusis,
A real right, susceptible of assignment and of descent, charged on productive real estate, the right being coupled with the enjoyment of the property on condition of taking care of the estate and paying taxes, and sometimes a small rent.
bald,
Destitute of the natural or common covering on the head or top, as of hair, feathers, foliage, trees, etc., as a bald head, a bald oak.
anthropic,
Partaking of, or combining, both divinity and humanity.
vulcanization,
The act or process of imparting to caoutchouc, due to purchase, or the like, greater elasticity, durability, or hardness by heating with sulfur under pressure.
architectonical,
Relating to the systemizing of knowledge,
spying,
present participle and verbal noun of spy, a person sent secretly into an enemy's camp, territory, or fortifications, to inspect his works, ascertain his strength, movements, or designs, and to communicate such intelligence to the proper officer.
catastrophe,
A violent and widely extended change in the surface of the earth, as an elevation or subsidence of some part of it, affected by internal causes.
tuppence,
A small coin and money of account in England, equivalent to 2 pennies, minted to a fixed annual amount, for almsgiving by the sovereign on Maundy Thursday.
mastless,
Bearing no mast. as a massless oak or beech.
Malign.
An ingent for the hair.
Concubinate.
A plea, in which it is alleged that the woman suing for dower was not lawfully married to the man in whose lands she seeks to be endowed, but that she was his concubine.
Snatch.
A sudden severe interval or spell, applied to the weather, as a cold snap.
Bench warrant.
A process issued by a presiding judge or by a court against a person guilty of some contempt, or indicted for some crime, so called in distinction from a justice's warrant.
Rate.
Ratification, approval.
Hemorrhage.
Any discharge of blood from the blood vessels.
Picnicking.
Present participle and verbal noun of picnic, formerly, an entertainment at which each person contributed some dish to a common table, now, an excursion or pleasure party in which the members partake of a collation or repast usually in the open air, and from food carried by themselves.
Log.
An old game in England, played by throwing pieces of wood at a stake set in the ground.
Fornicle.
Relating to fornix.
Infirmities.
The state of being infirm, feebleness, an imperfection or weakness, especially, an unsound, unhealthy, or debilitated state, a disease, a malady, as infirmity of body or mind.
Suspectless.
Not suspecting, having no suspicion.
Title.
The instrument which is evidence of a right.
Emerald.
A glazier's diamond.
Tragedian.
A woman who plays in tragedy.
Venture.
An undertaking of chance or danger. The risking of something upon an event which cannot be foreseen with certainty. A hazard, a risk, a speculation.
Collocate.
Set placed.
Morion.
Aimer.
Confidence.
Giving occasion for confidence.
Abatement.
The amount abated, that which is taken away by way of reduction, deduction, decrease, a rebate or discount allowed. Pat. A large area of floating pieces of ice driven together more or less closely.
Ill silver.
A duty payable to the Lord Mayor of London by the sellers of ale within the city.
Tesser.
A small piece of marble, glass, earthenware, or the like, having a square, or nearly square, face, used by the ancients for mosaic, as for making pavements, for ornamenting walls, and like purposes. Also, a similar piece of ivory, bone, wood, etc., used as a ticket of admission to theaters, or as a certificate for successful gladiators, and as a token for various other purposes.
Routing.
Present participle and verbal noun of rote, a kind of guitar, the notes of which were produced by a small wheel or wheel-like arrangement, an instrument similar to the hurdy-gurdy.
And Aspidian.
Having the anterior scutes extending around the tarsus on the inner side, said of certain birds.
Masra.
One of the writers of the Masara.
Rung.
Imperfect and past participle of ring, to extract or obtain by twisting and compressing, to squeeze or press out, hence, to extort, to draw forth by violence, or against resistance or repugnance, usually without or form.
Flute.
A long French breakfast roll.
Alienated.
Imperfect and past participle of alienate, to withdraw, as the affections, to make indifferent of averse, where love or friendship before subsisted, to estrange, to wean, with from.
Frothiness.
State or quality of being frothy.
Ultimate.
To come or bring to an end, to eventuate, to end.
Abbreviation.
One dash, or more, through the stem of a note, dividing it respectively into quavers, semicavers, or demi-semicavers.
Ray.
To send forth or shoot out, to cause to shine out, as, to raise smiles.
Worth.
That quality of a thing which renders it valuable or useful. Some of valuable qualities which render anything useful and sought, value, hence, often, value as expressed in a standard, as money, equivalent in exchange, price.
Sling.
Past participle of sling, an instrument for throwing stones or other missiles, consisting of a short strap with two strings fastened to its ends, or with a string fastened to one end and a light stick to the other. The missile being lodged in a hole in the strap, the ends of the string are taken in the hand, and the whole whirled rapidly round until, by loosing one end, the missile is let fly with centrifugal force.
Shepherdess.
A woman who tends sheep, hence, a rural lass.
Impeachment.
Hindrance, impediment, obstruction.
Synchronical.
Happening at the same time, synchronous.
Superiority.
The quality, state, or condition of being superior, as superiority of rank, superiority in merit.
Bead snake.
A small poisonous snake of North America, Elaps fulvius, banded with yellow, red, and black.
Shave.
To use a razor for removing the beard, to cut closely, hence, to be hard and severe in a bargain, to practice extortion, to cheat.
Tylopedes.
Those birds whose young are covered with down when hatched.
Moderate.
Kept within due bounds, observing reasonable limits, not excessive, extreme, violent, or rigorous, limited, restrained.
Strong.
Ardent, eager, zealous, earnestly engaged, as a strong partisan, a strong Whig or Tory.
Subscribing.
Present participle and verbal noun of subscribe, to sign with one's own hand, to give consent to, as something written, or to bind one's self to the terms of, by writing one's name beneath, as, parties subscribe a covenant or contract, a man subscribes a bond.
Invalued.
Having inestimable value, invaluable.
Dwelling.
Habitation, place or house in which a person lives, abode, domicile.
Intercommune.
To have mutual communication or intercourse by conservation.
Logistics.
That branch of the military art which embraces the details of moving and supplying armies. The meaning of the word is by some writers extended to include strategy.
Micmacs.
A tribe of Indians inhabiting Nova Scotia and New Brunswick.
Antiphonary.
A book containing a collection of antiphons, the book in which the antiphons of the breviary, with their musical notes, are contained.
Beachy.
Of or relating to beaches.
Surgeful.
Abounding in surges, surgi.
Pal.
An instrument used to take up gold leaf from the pillow, and to apply Italian.
Lathered.
Imperfect and past participle of lather. To form lather, or a froth like lather. To accumulate foam from profuse sweating, as a horse.
Crook.
A bend, turn, or curve, curvature, flexure.
Irrelevant.
Not relevant, not applicable or pertinent, not bearing upon or serving to support, foreign, extraneous, as, testimony or arguments irrelevant to a case.
Estivate.
To spend the summer.
Blustering.
Uttering noisy threats, noisy and swaggering, boisterous.
Endurement.
The act of bearing or suffering, a continuing under pain or distress without resistance, or without being overcome, sufferance, patience.
Rosehead.
A perforated nozzle, as of a pipe, spout, etc., for delivering water in fine jets, a rosehead, also, a strainer at the foot of a pump.
morosity,
nerve force,
Hollander,
a native or one of the people of Holland, a Dutchman,
Wayish,
somewhat like Wai,
Evansive,
tending to prove, having the power to demonstrate, demonstrative, indicative,
drink,
to swallow a liquid, to receive, as a fluid, into the stomach, to imbibe, as, to drink milk or water.
husbandman,
A farmer, a cultivator or tiller of the ground.
misbelieve,
Misbelief, unbelief, suspicion.
torrid,
Parched, dried with heat, as, a torrid plain or desert.
elector,
Pertaining to an election or to electors.
yard,
An enclosure within which any work or business is carried on, as, a dockyard, a shipyard.
trill,
Trill, to run about, to move around, as, to trill in a coach and six.
crawling,
Present participle and verbal noun of curl. To advance slowly and furtively, to insinuate oneself, to advance or gain influence by servile or obsequious conduct.
faller,
One who, or that which, falls.
Hermes,
Originally, a boundary stone dedicated to Hermes as the god of boundaries, and therefore bearing in some cases a head, or head and shoulders, placed upon a quadrangular pillar whose height is that of the body belonging to the head, sometimes having feet or other parts of the body sculptured upon Italian. These figures, though often representing Hermes, were used for other divinities, and even, in later times, for portraits of human beings, called also Herma, of or pertaining to the end or extremity, forming the extremity, as, a terminal edge, statue, under terminal.
flirt,
To jeer at, to treat with contempt, to mock.
denudation,
The act of stripping off covering, or removing the surface, making bare.
embodied,
Imperfect and past participle of embody, to form into a body, to invest with a body, to collect into a body, a united mass, or a whole, to incorporate, as, to embody one's ideas in a treatise.
Mazarian,
A small European shrub Daphne mazarum, whose acrid bark is used in medicine.
blame,
That which is deserving of censure or disapprobation, culpability, fault, crime, sin.
pyrotasis,
Of or pertaining to pyrites, of or pertaining to pyrites, consisting of, or resembling, pyrites.
wackener,
One who wackens.
Corbin.
an offering of any kind, devoted to God and therefore not to be appropriated to any other use, especially an offering in fulfillment of a vow.
Lyman.
The deposit of slime at the mouth of the river, slime.
Refrain.
To abstain from.
Isolated.
Placed or standing alone, detached, separated from others.
Bowingly.
In a bending manner.
Longhorned.
Having a long horn or horns, as a longhorned goat or cow. Having long antennae, as certain beetles' long cornea.
Draggle.
To wet and soil by dragging on the ground, mud, or wet grass. To drabble. To trail.
Precedence.
The quality or state of being precedent.
Argumentation.
The act of forming reasons, making inductions, drawing conclusions, and applying them to the case in discussion. The operation of inferring propositions, not known or admitted as true, from facts or principles known, admitted, or proved to be true.
Warehouse.
A storehouse for wares, or goods.
Buckle.
To join in marriage.
Tracker.
One who, or that which, tracks or pursues, as a man or dog that follows game.
Fall.
To decline in power, glory, wealth, or importance. To become insignificant. To lose rank or position. To decline in weight, value, price, etc. To become less, as, the falls, stocks fell 2 points.
Hunt.
To use or traverse in pursuit of game, as, he hunts the woods, or the country.
Sothic.
Of or pertaining to Sothis, the Egyptian name for the dog's star, taking its name from the dog's star, canicular.
Vulcanizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of vulcanize, to subject to, or cause to undergo, volcanic heat, and to be affected by its action.
Astrophotography.
The application of photography to the delineation of the sun, moon, and stars.
Obia.
Of or pertaining to Obi, as, the Obeah man.
Affiliated.
Of affiliate.
And no.
To cease to know, to lose the knowledge of.
Pannier.
A bread basket, also, a wicker basket used commonly in pairs, for carrying fruit or other things on a horse or an ass.
Northeast.
Toward the northeast.
Gallinal.
One of several wading birds, having long, webless toes, and a frontal shield, belonging to the family Rallid, They are remarkable for running rapidly over marshes and on floating blanks. The purple gallinule of America is Ionornis martinica, that of the Old World is Porphyrio. The common European gallinule Gallinula chloropus is also called moorhen, waterhen, waterrail, moorcoot, nightbird, and erroneously dabchick. Closely related to it is the Florida gallinule Gallinula galita.
Night.
That part of the natural day when the sun is beneath the horizon, or the time from sunset to sunrise, especially the time between dusk and dawn, when there is no light of the sun, but only moonlight, starlight, or artificial light.
Seaworthiness.
The state or quality of being seaworthy, or able to resist the ordinary violence of wind and weather.
Frorn.
Subject to frost, or to long and severe cold, chilly, as the frozen north, the frozen zones.
Phlebotomized.
Imperfect and past participle of phlebotomize, to let blood from by opening a vein, to bleed.
Pal.
To make vapid or insipid, to make lifeless or spiritless, to dull, to weaken.
Dry.
To purify or refine, as metals, to melt out, and procure in a pure state, as oil, tallow, lard, etc.
Inanimation.
Infusion of life or vigor, animation, inspiration.
Desiderative.
A verb formed from another verb by a change of termination, and expressing the desire of doing that which is indicated by the primitive verb.
Unseasoned.
To make unseasoned, to deprive of seasoning.
Lamprey.
The river Lamprey-Mocoites, / Lamptra, fluviatilis.
Contracted.
Narrow, illiberal, selfish, as, a contracted mind, contracted views.
Meek.
Mild of temper, not easily provoked or irritated, patient under injuries, not vain, or haughty, or resentful, forbearing, submissive.
Oratorial.
Of or pertaining to an orator or to oratory, characterized by oratory, rhetorical, becoming to an orator, as an oratorical triumph, an oratorical essay.
Instating.
Present participle and verbal noun of instirate, to renew or renovate.
Aboriginal.
Of or pertaining to Aborigines, as a Hindu of Aboriginal blood.
Howitz.
A howitzer.
Precedaneous.
Preceding, antecedent, previous.
Immersion.
Immersion.
Reprint.
To form the repripin or upon.
Pitastical.
of or pertaining to the pietists, hence, in contempt, affectedly or demonstratively religious.
Circumvolution.
A thing rolled round another.
Ceralic.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid of the acetylene series, isologous with steric acid, and obtained, as a white crystalline substance, from the like acid.
Trachary.
One of the tracheria.
Deaden.
To lessen the velocity or momentum of, to retard, as, to deaden a ship's headway.
Physicist.
One versed in physics.
Dame.
A mother, applied to human beings and quadrupeds.
Tessellate.
Formed of little squares, as mosaic work, checkered, as, a tessellated pavement.
Hexactinia.
The Anthozoa.
Armed.
Imperfect and past participle of arm, to cover or furnish with a plate, or with whatever will add strength, force, security, or efficiency, as, to arm the hit of a sword, to arm hook in angling.
Maturity.
The state or quality of being mature, ripeness, full development, as, the maturity of corn or of grass, maturity of judgment, the maturity of a plan.
Top proud.
Proud to the highest degree.
Ejaculate.
To throw out, as an exclamation, to utter by a brief and sudden impulse, as, to ejaculate a prayer.
Postners.
The posterior nares, the nostrils or nasal openings, the anterior nares being the external or proper nostrils, and the posterior nares, the openings of the nasal cavities into the mouth or pharynx.
Wane.
To cause to decrease.
Yoke.
A band shaped to fit the shoulders or the hips, and joined to the upper full edge of the waist or the skirt.
Fitting.
Fit, appropriate, suitable, proper.
Infant.
A child in the first period of life, beginning at his birth, a young babe, sometimes, a child several years of age.
Poxing.
Present participle and verbal noun of pox, strictly, a disease by pustules or eruptions of any kind, but chiefly or wholly restricted to 3 or 4 diseases, the smallpox, the chicken pox, and the vaccine and the venereal diseases.
Tumbler.
A breed of dogs that tumble when pursuing game. They were formerly used in hunting rabbits.
Unreliable.
Not reliable, untrustworthy, suitable or fit to be relied on, worthy of dependence or reliance, trustworthy.
Abbreviating.
Present participle and verbal noun of abbreviate, to make briefer, to shorten, to bridge, to reduce by contraction or omission, especially of words written or spoken.
Few.
An exclamation of disgust, faux, fa.
Hangdog.
A base, degraded person, a sneak, a gallows bird.
Toboggan.
A kind of sledge made of pliable board, turned up at one or both ends, used for coasting down hills or prepared inclined planes. Also, a sleigh or sledge, to be drawn by dogs, or by hand, over soft and deep snow.
Ascriptitious.
Added, additional.
Insatiately.
In an insatiable manner or degree, unappeasably.
Dishumid.
One of the dishumida.
Sundart.
A beam or ray of the sun.
Silting.
Present participle and verbal noun of silt, mud or fine earth deposited from running or standing water.
Sweetwood.
The timber of the tree Oreodaphnus exultation, growing in Jamaica. The name is also applied to the timber of several other related trees.
Syngenesia.
A Linnaean class of plants in which the stamens are united by the anthers.
Kneecap.
A cap or protection for the knee.
Fit.
In Old English, a song, a strain, a canto or portion of a ballad, a passus.
Photogenic.
Of or pertaining to photogeny, producing or generating light.
Immensities.
The state or quality of being immense, in limited or immeasurable extension, infinity, vastness in extent or bulk, greatness.
Creaming.
Present participle and verbal noun of cream, the rich, oily, and yellowish part of milk, which, when the milk stands inagitated, rises, and collects on the surface. It is the part of milk from which butter is obtained.
Oblique angled.
Having oblique angles, as an oblique angled triangle.
Emerald.
An emerald.
Lay.
To lay, to wager.
Heel.
To cull, to skim or stir.
Testamentize.
To make a will.
Red streak.
A kind of apple having the skin streaked with red and yellow. A favorite English cider apple.
Strobilaceous.
Producing strobles.
Saraskier.
A general or commander of land forces in the Turkish Empire, especially the commander-in-chief of Minister of War.
Blackout.
The male of the European black grouse Tetratetrix lineus, so called by sportsmen. The female is called greyhen, a low shrub erica / calluna vulgaris, with minute evergreen leaves, and handsome clusters of pink flowers. It is used in Great Britain for brooms, thatch, beds for the poor, and for heating ovens. It is also called heather, endling, grouse.
Exhaust.
To drain, metaphorically, to use or expend wholly, or till the supply comes to an end, to deprive wholly of strength, to use up, to weary or tire out, to wear out, as, to exhaust one's strength, patience, or resources.
Sea nettle.
A jellyfish or medusa.
Cinquecento.
The 16th century, when applied to the Italian art or literature, as the sculpture of the Cinquecento style.
Third.
The third tone of the scale, the median.
Morosis.
Idiocy, fatuity, stupidity.
Dressmaker.
A maker of gowns, or similar garments, a Manchu maker.
Space.
The distance or interval between words or letters in the lines, or between lines, as in books.
Brand iron.
A trivet to set a pot on.
Remernaus.
The leather-winged bat Vespertilium urinus.
Centurial.
Of or pertaining to century, as a centurial sermon.
Synrexia.
A voracious appetite, like that of a starved dog.
Quadrilateral.
Having four sides, and consequently four angles, quadrangular.
Abbreviature.
An abbreviation, an abbreviated state or form.
Beast.
Like a beast.
Holiday.
A secular festival, a holiday.
Limbus.
An extramundane region where certain classes of souls were supposed to await the judgment.
Coup.
To show affection, to act in a loving way, a beak, as of a bird, or sometimes of a turtle or other animal. See eye.
Shrink.
The act shrinking, shrinkage, contraction, also, recoil, withdrawal.
Pilotage.
Guidance, as by a pilot.
Rap.
Imperative of rap, to snatch away.
Xylocarpus.
Bearing fruit which becomes hard or woody.
Dolly Garden.
A character in the ICKENSS novel Barnaby Rudge, a beautiful, lively, and coquettish girl who wore a cherry-colored mantle and cherry-colored ribbons.
Musculophrenic.
pertaining to the muscles and the diaphragm, as the musculophrenic artery.
Cognominal.
Of or pertaining to cognomen, of the nature of a surname.
Clitorial.
Of or pertaining to the kilarium of insects.
Rigid plate.
The timber forming the ridge of the roof, into which the rafters are secured.
Chop.
The act of chopping, a stroke.
Headache.
Afflicted with headache.
Affection.
Bent of mind, a feeling or natural impulse acting upon and swaying the mind, any emotion, as the benevolent affections, esteem, gratitude, etc., the malevolent affections, hatred, envy, etc., inclination, disposition, propensity, tendency.
Phrasing.
The act or method of grouping the notes so as to form distinct musical phrases.
Calcitrant.
Kicking, hence, stubborn, refractory.
Dome.
Any erection resembling the dome or cupola of a building, as the upper part of a furnace, the vertical steam chamber on the top of a boiler, etc.
Perseo.
A combining form signifying green, as Perseo cobalt, the green variety of cobalt.
Tessellation.
The act of tessellating, also, the mosaic work so formed.
Lure.
A velvet smoothing brush.
Illusionist.
One given to the illusion, a visionary dreamer.
Groin.
To support and steady a stone.
Basicity.
The quality or state of being a base.
Wisdom.
Excessive use of the pronoun we, called alsoism.
Crossrow.
The alphabet, called also criss-cross row.
Orbing.
Present participle and verbal noun of orb, one of the azure transparent spheres conceived by the ancients to be enclosed one within another, and to carry the heavenly bodies in their revolutions.
Plot.
A network, a plate, a fold, rarely a garment.
Amputate.
To prune or lop off, as branches or tendrils.
Eternal.
Existing at all times without change, immutable.
Brooch.
A tool of steel, generally tapering, and of a polygonal form, with from 4 to 8 cutting edges, for smoothing or enlarging holes in metal, sometimes made smooth or without edges, as for burnishing pivot holes in watches. A reamer. The broach for gun barrels is commonly square and without taper.
Outstep.
To exceed in stepping.
Verdurous.
Covered with verdure, clothed with the fresh green of vegetation, verdured, verdant, as verdurous pastures.
Court.
To invite by attractions, to lure, to attract.
Slice.
To clear by means of a slice bar, as a fire or the great bars of a furnace.
Spiral.
A plane curve, not reentrant, described by a point, called the generatrix, moving along a straight line according to mathematical law, while the line is revolving about a fixed point called the pole. Compare helix.
Analyzer.
One who, or that which, analyzes.
Possible.
Capable of existing or occurring, or of being conceived or thought of, able to happen, capable of being done, not contrary to the nature of things, sometimes used to express extreme improbability, barely able to be, or to come to pass, as, possibly he is honest, as it is possible that Judas meant no wrong.
Accident.
A point or mark which may be retained or omitted in a coat of arms.
Gemini.
In pairs or twains, two together. Innate, twin, as, geminate flowers.
Bomb.
A bomb catch.
Seposit.
To set aside, to give up.
Coronet.
An ornamental or honorary headdress, having the shape and character of a crown, particularly, a crown worn as the mark of high rank lower than sovereignty. The word is used by Shakespeare to denote also a kingly crown.
Cicedomia.
A genus of small dipterosphiles, including several very injurious species, as the Hessian fly, of or relating to Hesse, in Germany, or to the Hessians, fly.
Intellective.
Capable of being perceived by the understanding only, not by the senses.
Drone.
One who lives on the labors of others, a lazy, idle fellow, a sluggard.
Rallies.
The act or process of rallying in any of the senses of that word.
Pretive.
Suppliant, beseeching.
Thenceforth.
From that time, thereafter.
Cred.
That which tends to procure, or add to, reputation or esteem, and honor.
Metroscope.
A modification of the stethoscope, for directly auscultating the uterus from the vagina.
Kuka.
The dried leaf of a South American shrub Erythroxylon coca, in medicine, called Erythroxylon.
Tipple.
Liquor taken in tippling, drink.
Dolim.
a genus of large univalve mollusks, including the partridge shell and tongue shells.
pass,
To decline to take an optional action when it is one's turn, as to decline to bid, or to bet, or to play a card, in euchre. To decline to make the trump.
mellow,
To make mellow.
stint,
To stop. To cease.
inoffensive,
Not obstructing. Presenting no interruption by hindrance.
specified,
Imperfect and past participle of specify, to mention or name, as a particular thing, to designate in words so as to distinguish from other things, as, to specify the uses of a plant, to specify articles purchased.
were,
Exertion of strength or faculties, physical or intellectual effort directed to an end, industrial activity, toil, employment, sometimes, specifically, physically labor.
malevolent,
Flying with sails, passing under full sail.
revolved,
Imperfect and past participle of revolve, to turn or roll round on, or as on, an axis, like a wheel. To rotate, which is the more specific word in this sense.
tiddly,
The gold crest.
nautiloid,
A bitter crystalline substance constituting the essential principle of naval alloys. Compare, alum.
tail,
A rope spliced to the strap of a block, by which it may be lashed to anything.
augury,
Rite, ceremony, or observation of an augur.
piece,
A musket, gun, or cannon, as a battery of 6 pieces, a following piece.
cabriole,
A curvet, a leap that horse makes with all fours, upwards only, without advancing, but with a kick or jerk of the hind legs when at the height of the leap.
swimmingness,
Act or state of swimming, suffusion.
sally,
An excursion from the usual track, range, digression, deviation.
ozonizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of ozonize, to convert into ozone, as oxygen.
cross,
A fiction regarded as a test of patience or virtue, trial, disappointment, opposition, misfortune.
bank,
Imperfect and past participle of bank, an establishment for the custody, loan, exchange, or issue of money, and for facilitating the transmission of funds by drafts or bills of exchange, an institution incorporated for performing one or more of such functions, or the stockholders or their representatives, the directors, acting in their corporate capacity.
shiftable,
admitting of being shifted.
here's,
A wood or grove, a word used in the composition of many names, as in hazelers.
you'll rigged,
Having two masts with fore and aft sails, but differing from a schooner in that the aftermast is very small, and stepped as far aft as possible. The act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct. Education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in appendix.
circumesophageal,
Surrounding the esophagus, in zoology said of the nerve commissures and ganglia of arthropods and mollusks.
foster,
To feed, to nourish, to support, to bring up.
bender,
A sixpence.
round arm,
Applied to the method delivering the ball in bowling, by swinging the arm horizontally.
Trojan,
A native or inhabitant of Troy.
framer,
One who frames, as the framer of a building, the framers of the Constitution.
entrant,
One who enters, especially a person entering upon some office or station.
urine,
To be pained or distressed, to grieve, to mourn.
gloom,
Partial or total darkness, thick shade, obscurity, as the gloom of a forest, or of midnight.
counterbalance,
A mass of metal in one side of a driving wheel or flywheel, to balance the weight of a crank pin, etc., on the opposite side of the wheel.
disinsanity,
Insanity, folly.
picture,
To draw or paint a resemblance of, to delineate, to represent, to form or present an ideal likeness of, to bring before the mind.
pluro,
A combining formed in relation to a side, specifically, connection with, or situation in or near, the pleura, as, pleuropretonium.
billhead,
A freshwater fish of many species, of the genus Endear, especially, gobio of Europe, and Urachertsoni of the United States, called also Miller's thumb.
regal,
A small portable organ, played with one hand, the bellows being worked with the other, used in the 16th and 17th centuries.
healing,
Present participle and verbal noun of higgle, to chaffer, to stickle for small advantages in buying and selling, to haggle.
answerable,
Capable of being answered or refuted, admitting a satisfactory answer.
talloper,
A proprietor of a tulip.
turnspit,
One who turns a spit, hence, a person engaged in some menial office.
patriarchy,
Government by a patriarch, patriarchism.
let,
To permit, to allow, to suffer, either affirmatively, by positive act, or negatively, by neglecting to restrain or prevent.
habited,
Inhabited.
ings fatui,
Fatuous, a phosphorescent light that appears in the night over marshy ground, supposed to be occasioned by the decomposition of animal or vegetable substances, or by some inflammable gas, popularly called also will-o'-the-wisp, or will-o'-the-wisp, and jack-with-a-lantern, or jack-o'-lantern.
fatigan,
The long-tailed pangolin Manus tetradactyla, called also IP.
muscarin,
A solid crystalline substance, C5H13 NO2, found in the toadstool Agaricus muscarius, and in putrid fish, it is a typical tamine, and a violent poison.
reconstruction,
The act or process of reorganizing the governments of the states which had passed ordinances of secession, and of re-establishing their constitutional relations to the national government, after the close of the Civil War.
prism,
A form the planes of which are parallel to the vertical axis, the shape and structure of anything, as distinguished from the material of which it is composed, particular disposition or arrangement of matter, giving it individuality or distinctive character. Configuration, figure, external appearance. 13.
stage,
One of several marked phases or periods in the development and growth of many animals and plants, as the larval stage, pupa stage, zoea stage.
quietism,
The system of the Quietists, who maintained that religion consists in the withdrawal of the mind from worldly interests and anxieties and its constant employment in the passive contemplation of God and His attributes.
parole,
Word of promise, word of honor, plighted faith, especially military, promise upon one's faith and honor, to fulfill stated conditions, as not to bear arms against one's captors, to return to custody, or the like.
confusion,
Overthrow, defeat, ruin.
butcher,
A slaughterer, one who kills in large numbers, or with unusual cruelty, one who causes needless loss of life, as in battle.
juramenta,
An oath.
prigged,
Imperfect and past participle of prig, to haggle about the price of a commodity, to bargain hard.
conception,
Idea, purpose, design.
inversion,
A method of reasoning in which the orator shows that arguments advanced by his adversary in opposition to him are really favorable to his cause.
nobly,
Of noble extraction, as nobly born or descended.
Metallurgy.
The art of making and striking metals and coins.
Confluent.
The place of meeting of streams, currents, etc.
Chat.
Small stones with ore.
Suffer.
To undergo punishment, specifically, to undergo the penalty of death.
Pause.
A break or paragraph in writing.
Cudgeling.
Of cudgel.
Funiferous.
Producing smoke.
Unguis.
The nail, claw, talon, or hoof of a finger, toe, or other appendage.
Abortion.
The act of giving premature birth, particularly the expulsion of the human fetus prematurely, or before it is capable of sustaining life, miscarriage.
Fussily.
In a fussy manner.
Ponderary.
Of or pertaining to weight, as a ponderary system.
Quilting.
The material used for making quilts.
Bravery.
The quality of being brave, fearless, intrepidity.
Inditer.
One who indicts.
Crack.
A brief time, an instant, as to be with one in a crack.
Holla.
To call out or exclaim, to halloo. This form is now mostly replaced by hello.
Respirative.
Of or pertaining to respiration, as respirative organs.
Inchicable.
Untamable.
Experimentus.
An experimenter.
Gadling.
A roving vagabond.
Kinkle.
A twist or loop in a rope or thread, caused by a spontaneous doubling or winding upon itself, a close loop or curl, a doubling in a cord.
Promenade.
A place for walking, a public walk.
Angastromuth.
And ventriloquist.
Lustring.
Of luster.
Bracing.
Any system of braces, collectively, as the bracing of a truss.
Turn.
Form, cast, shape, manner, fashion, used in a literal or figurative sense, hence, form of expression, mode of signifying, as, the turn of thought, a man of a sprightly turn in conversation.
Imago.
An image.
Retardando.
Retarding, a direction for slower time, rallentado.
Blip.
One of the two opposite divisions of the lobby Kerala.
Chaffer.
Bargaining, merchandise.
Facet.
One of the numerous small eyes which make up the compound eyes of insects and crustaceans.
I.
An affirmative vote, one who votes in the affirmative, as, to call for the ayes and noes. The ayes have Italian.
Neath.
A woman born in the state of lineage, a female serf.
Bestridden.
Past participle of bestride, to stand or sit with anything between the legs, or with the legs astride, to stand over.
Roomed.
Imperfect and past participle of roam, to go from place to place without any certain purpose or direction, to rove, to wander.
Expectingly.
In a state of expectation.
Sclerotal.
The optic capsule, the sclerotic coat of the eye.
Run.
To cause to be drawn, to mark out, to indicate, to determine, as, to run a line.
Leniently.
In a lenient manner.
Incubus.
Any oppressive encumbrance or burden, anything that prevents the free use of the faculties.
Executive.
An impersonal title of the chief magistrate or officer who administers the government, whether king, president, or governor, the governing person or body.
Soldier.
One who is engaged in military service as an officer or a private, one who serves in an army, one of an organized body of combatants.
Grammar.
The art of speaking or writing with correctness or according to established usage, speech considered with regard to the rules of the grammar.
Incinerable.
Capable of being incinerated or reduced to ashes.
Uniaxially.
In a uniaxial manner.
Fifed.
Imperfect and past participle of fife, a small shrill pipe, resembling the piccolo flute, used chiefly to accompany the drum in military music.
Keen.
Acute of mind, sharp, penetrating, having or expressing mental acuteness, as, a man of keen understanding, a keen look, keen features.
Pisiform.
A small bone on the ulnar side of the carpus in men and many mammals of Artiodactyla.
Half-hatched.
Imperfectly hatched, as, half-hatched eggs.
Answer.
To atone, to be punished for.
Impetusty.
Impiety.
Marquis.
A large field tent, especially one adapted to the use of an officer of high rank.
Dredger.
A box with holes in its lid, used for sprinkling flour, as on meat or a breadboard, called also dredging box, drudger, and drudging box.
Revolution.
The act of revolving, or turning round on an axis or a center. The motion of a body round a fixed point or line. Rotation, as the revolution of a wheel, of a top, of the earth on its axis, etc.
Multiplied.
Imperfect and past participle of multiply, to add any given number or quantity, to itself a certain number of times, to find the product of by multiplication. Thus 7 multiplied by 8 produces the number 56. To multiply two numbers, the process of repeating, or adding to itself, any given number or quantity a certain number of times. Commonly, the process of ascertaining by a briefer computation the result of such repeated additions. Also, the rule by which the operation is performed, the reverse of division.
Deranged.
Disordered, especially disordered in mind, crazy, insane.
Outrider.
A servant on horseback attending a carriage.
Rude.
The fourth part of an acre, or 40 square rods.
Employ.
To occupy, as, to employ time in study.
Cream slice.
A wooden knife with a long thin blade, used in handling cream or ice cream.
Garb.
A sheaf of grain wheat, unless otherwise specified.
Glitter.
To be showy, specious, or striking, and hence attractive, as the glittering scenes of a court.
Frustum.
One of the drums of the shaft of a column.
Change.
A place where merchants and others meet to transact business, a building appropriated for mercantile transactions.
Gulf.
A large deposit of ore in a lode.
Inquirant.
Making inquiry, inquiring, questioning.
Convolved.
Imperfect and past participle of convolved, to roll or wind together, to roll or twist one part on another.
Hammer.
A tool for turning over the edge of sheet metal to make a hem.
Sponsor.
One who at the baptism of an infant professes the Christian faith in its name, and guarantees its religious education, the godfather or godmother.
Pineaster.
A species of pine, Pinus pinaster, growing in southern Europe.
Polynymous.
Having many names or titles, polynymous.
Unchristian.
To make unchristian.
Summoner.
A summoner.
Helioptera.
An East Indian stony coral now known to belong to the Alcyon area, called also blue coral.
Exfoliated.
Imperfect and past participle of exfoliate, to split into scales, especially to become converted into scales as the result of heat or decomposition.
Hatchling.
Present participle and verbal noun of hatchel, an instrument with long iron teeth set in a board, for cleansing flax or hemp from the tow, cards, or coarse part, a kind of large comb, called also hackle and heckle.
Transmutation.
The change or reduction of one figure or body into another of the same area or solidity, but of a different form, as of a triangle into a square.
Suspect.
To imagine to be guilty, upon slight evidence, or without proof, as to suspect one of equivocation.
Misfit.
The act or the state of fitting badly, as a misfit in making a coat, a ludicrous misfit.
Agglutinated.
Imperfect and past participle of agglutinate, consisting of root words combined but not materially altered as to form or meaning, as agglutinate forms, languages, etc., combination in which root words are united with little or no change of form or loss of meaning, pertaining to agglutination, tending to unite, or having power to cause adhesion, adhesive.
Tinseling.
Of tinsel.
Slability.
Liability to be sued, the state of being subjected by law to civil process.
Voiceless.
Not sounded with voice, as a voiceless consonant, sir.
Sly.
An artful trick, sly artifice, a feat so dexterous that the manner of performance escapes observation.
Navigate.
To pass over in ships, to sail over or on, as to navigate the Atlantic.
Evergreen.
Remaining unwithered through the winter, or retaining unwithered leaves until the leaves of the next year are expended, as pines, cedars, hemlocks, and the like.
Chance medley.
The killing of another in self-defense upon a sudden and unpremeditated encounter. The killing of a person in an affray, in the heat of blood, and while under the influence of passion, thus distinguished from chance medley or killing in self-defense, or in a casual affray.
Opposable.
Capable of being placed opposite something else, as the thumb is opposable to the forefinger.
Definite.
Serving to define or restrict, limiting, determining, as the definite article.
Feminine.
Of or pertaining to woman, or to women, characteristic of a woman, womanish, womanly.
Flutterer.
One who, or that which, flutters.
Atrocious.
Very grievous or violent, terrible, as atrocious distempers.
Vibracula.
One of the movable, slender, spin-like organs or parts with which certain bryozoans are furnished. They are regarded as specially modified dudes, of nearly the same nature as avicularia.
Nyctalopia.
A disease of the eye, in consequence of which the patient can see well in a faint light or at twilight, but is unable to see during the day or in a strong light, day blindness.
Siwacot.
The bar-tailed godwit.
Passus.
A division or part, a canto, as the passus of Pier's plowman, C2D.
Dispersed.
Imperfect and past participle of disperse, to scatter abroad, to drive to different parts, to distribute, to diffuse, to spread, as the Jews are dispersed among all nations.
Constriction.
The act of constricting by means of some inherent power or by movement or change in the thing itself, as distinguished from compression.
Madge.
A sleeve.
Disquieting.
Present participle and verbal noun of disquiet, to render unquiet, to deprive of peace, rest, or tranquility, to make uneasy or restless, to disturb.
Spoliation.
Injury done to document.
Campanula.
A large genus of plants bearing bell-shaped flowers, often of great beauty, also called bellflower.
Ennui.
A woman affected with ennui.
Thunk.
A shrinking back through fear.
Tampoon.
The stopper of a barrel. A bung.
Melancholy.
Somewhat deranged in mind, having the judgment impaired.
Buddy.
One who mines by contract, at so much per ton of coal or ore.
Sway.
To move or wield with the hand, to swing, to wield, as, to sway the scepter.
Banal.
Commonplace, trivial, hackneyed, dry.
Pellucidness.
The quality or state of being pellucid, transparency, translucency, clearness, as, the pellucidity of the air.
Sickly.
Producing, or tending to, disease, as, a sickly autumn, a sickly clay.
Philosopher.
A superficial or narrow pretender to philosophy, a sham philosopher.
Tetrastyle.
A tetrastyle building.
Frill.
To provide or decorate with a frill or frills. To turn back, in crimped plates, as, to frill cap.
It.
The neuter pronoun of the third person, corresponding to the masculine pronoun he and the feminine she, and having the same plural they, their or theirs, them.
Polemic.
A polemic argument or controversy.
Multigranulate.
Having, or consisting of, many grains.
Shot.
To collect, or make up, into a shock or shocks. To stick, as, to shock right.
Unitedly.
In an united manner.
Hag.
A quagmire, mossy ground where peat or turf has been cut.
Brewer.
One who brews, one whose occupation is to prepare malt liquors.
Quotation.
Quota, share.
Florida bean.
One of the very large seeds of the Entatus scandens.
Charge.
To ornament with or cause to bear, as, to charge an architectural member with a molding.
Alizarin.
The coloring principle, C14H60202, found in madder, and now produced artificially from anthracene. It produces the Turkish reds.
Over.
Above the perpendicular height or length of, with an idea of measurement, as, the water, or the depth of water, was over his head, over his shoes.
Gyrostatics.
The doctrine or theory of the gyrostat, or of the phenomena of rotating bodies.
Imperious.
Haughty, arrogant, overbearing, as, an imperious tyrant, an imperious manner.
Eclaircise.
To make clear, to clear up what is obscure or not understood, to explain.
Insulator.
One who, or that which, insulates.
Deviled.
Of devil.
Sighing.
Present participle and verbal noun of sigh, to inhale a larger quantity of air than usual, and immediately expel it, to make a deep single audible respiration, especially as the result or involuntary expression of fatigue, exhaustion, grief, sorrow, or the like.
Contribution.
Payment, by each of several jointly liable, of a share in a loss suffered or an amount paid by one of their number for the common benefit.
Bendy.
To toss about, as from man to man, to agitate.
Confusedness.
A state of confusion.
Follower.
One who follows, a pursuer, an attendant, a disciple, a dependent associate, a retainer.
Emptiness.
Want of solidity or substance, unsatisfactoriness, inability to satisfy desire, vacuity, hollowness, the emptiness of earthly glory.
Grison.
A crystalline rock consisting of quartz and mica, common in the tin regions of Cornwall and Saxony.
Semitology.
The doctrine of signs as the expression of thought or reasoning, the science of indicating thought by signs.
Biennially.
Once in 2 years.
Matriculating.
Present participle and verbal noun of matriculate, to enroll, to enter in a register, specifically, to enter or admit to membership in a body or society, particularly in a college or university, by enrolling the name in a register.
Round.
On all sides, around.
Wire.
To send a telegraphic message.
Mandarining.
The process of giving an orange color to goods formed of animal tissue, as silk or wool, not by coloring matter, but by producing a certain change in the fiber by the action of dilute nitric acid.
Inconcrete.
Not concrete.
Proto-canonical.
Of or pertaining to the first canon, or that which contains the authorized collection of the books of Scripture, opposed to deuterocanonical.
Stem.
To gleam.
Amidships.
In the middle of a ship, with regard to her length, and sometimes also her breadth.
Attractive.
Attracting or drawing by moral influence or pleasurable emotion, alluring, inviting, pleasing.
Demolished.
Imperfect and past participle of demolish, to throw or pull down, to raise, to destroy the fabric of, to pull to pieces, to ruin, as, to demolish an edifice, or a wall.
Dismay.
Loss of courage and firmness through fear, overwhelming and disabling terror, a sinking of the spirits, consternation.
Epizootic.
Of or pertaining to an epizoon.
Gospeler.
One of the four evangelists.
Abandon.
To relinquish all claim to, used when an insured person gives up to underwriters all claim to the property covered by a policy, which may remain after loss or damage by a peril insured against.
Frost.
Frozen dew, called also hoarfrost or white frost.
Stimulism.
The theory of medical practice which regarded life as dependent upon stimulation, or excitation, and disease as caused by excess or deficiency in the amount of stimulation.
Disfavorer.
One who disfavors.
Business.
Financial dealings, buying and selling, traffic in general, mercantile transactions.
Worthiness.
The quality or state of being worthy, desert, merit, excellence, dignity, virtue, worth.
Free.
Privileged or individual. The opposite of common, as a free fishery, a free warren.
Abound.
To be in great plenty, to be very prevalent, to be plentiful.
Kutos.
The India civic viveres of the
Prefigure.
imperfect and past participle of prefigure, to show, suggest, or announce, by antecedent types and similitudes, to foreshadow.
Grain.
A tine, drawing, or fork.
Voltairean.
Of or relating to Voltaire, the French author.
Bronchitic.
Of or pertaining to bronchitis, as bronchitic inflammation.
Tip cat.
A game in which a small piece of wood pointed at both ends, called a cat, is hit, or struck with a stick or bat, so as to fly into the air.
Rain mark.
To mark again, or a second time, to mark anew.
Ill treat.
To treat cruelly or improperly, to ill use, to maltreat.
Fermentation.
The process of undergoing an effervescent change, as by the action of yeast, in a wider sense physical, chemistry, the transformation of an organic substance into new compounds by the action of a ferment, either formed or unorganized. It differs in kind according to the nature of the ferment which causes Italian.
Suppliant.
Manifesting entity, expressive of supplication.
Supplier.
One who supplies.
Purchase.
Pierced at the apex.
Cylinder.
A lover.
Hemoglobin.
The normal coloring matter of the red blood corpuscles of vertebrate animals. It is composed of hematin and globulin, and is also called hematoglobulin. In arterial blood, it is always combined with oxygen, and is then called oxyhemoglobin. It crystallizes under different forms from different animals, and when crystallized, is called metacrystalline. The fluid which circulates in the principal vascular system of animals, carrying nourishment to all parts of the body, and bringing away waste products to be excreted. See under arterial, crystal, under blood.
Unwrap.
To open or undo, as what is wrapped or folded.
Semi-vitreous.
Partially vitreous.
Codex.
An ancient manuscript of the sacred scriptures, or any part of them, particularly the New Testament.
Heteromera.
A division of Coleoptera, having heteromerous tarsi.
Bar.
A piece of wood, metal, or other material. long in proportion to its breadth or thickness, used as a lever and for various other purposes, but especially for hindrance, obstruction, or fastening, as the bars of a fence or gate, the bar of a door.
Stitching.
Present participle and verbal noun of stitch, to form stitches in, especially, to sew in such a manner as to show on the surface a continuous line of stitches, as, to stitch a shirt bosom.
Clanged.
Imperfect and past participle of clang, a loud, ringing sound, like that made by metallic substances when clanged or struck together.
Popularity.
The quality or state of being popular, especially the state of being esteemed by, or of being in favor with, the people at large, goodwill or favor proceeding from the people, as the popularity of a law, statesman, or a book.
Sprig.
A brad, or nail without a head.
Traducer.
One who traduces, a slanderer, a calumniator.
Squamate.
Covered with, or consisting of, scales, resembling a scale, scully, as, the squamous cones of the pine, squamous epithelial cells, the squamous portion of the temporal bone, which is so called from a fancied resemblance to a scale.
Slide.
To pass out of one's thought as not being of any consequence.
Apparatio.
A kind of pack saddle used in the American military service and among the Spanish Americans. It is made of leather stuffed with hay, moss, or the like.
Avenue Mary.
A particular time as in Italy, at the ringing of the bells about half an hour after sunset, and also at early dawn, when the people repeat the Ave Maria.
Alkalify.
To become changed into an alkali.
Boracic.
Pertaining to, or produced from, borax, containing boron, boric, as, boracic acid.
Vulgar.
One of the common people, a vulgar person.
Jaggerder.
The holder of a jagger.
Cohabit.
To repeat the distillation of, pouring the liquor back upon the matter remaining in the vessel.
Underkind.
An inferior kind.
Funeral.
A funeral sermon, usually in the plural.
Kick.
The projection on the tang of the blade of a pocket knife, which prevents the edge of the blade from striking the spring of pocket knife.
Protosilic.
A silicate formed with the lowest proportion of silicic acid, or having but one atom of silicon in the molecule.
Excorticate.
To strip of bark or skin, to decorticate.
Overmip.
In too great a degree, too much.
etherealness,
the state of being ethereal, etherealness.
synthesis,
The combination of separate elements of thought into a whole, as of simple into complex conceptions, species into genera, individual propositions into systems, the opposite of analysis.
information,
Burning, especially the act of burning a dead body, cremation.
benefactor,
One who confers a benefit or benefits.
faithful,
Full of faith, or having faith, disposed to believe, especially in the declarations and promises of God.
entivism,
The doctrine of entitheists.
propriety,
That which is proper or peculiar, an inherent property or quality, peculiarity.
worded,
Having little knobs on the surface, vercose, as a worded capsule.
omohyoid,
Of or pertaining to the shoulder and the hyoid bone, as the omohyoid muscle.
academies,
A society of learned men united for the advancement of the arts and sciences, and literature, or some particular art or science, as the French Academy, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, academies of literature and philology.
flourishingly,
In a flourishing manner, ostentatiously.
conscientious,
Influenced by conscience, governed by a strict regard to the dictates of conscience, or by the known or supposed rules of right and wrong, said of a person.
remove,
To move away from the position occupied, to cause to change place, to displace, as to remove a building.
head,
To form a head to fit or furnish with a head, as to head a nail.
conch,
The customary act of civility on any occasion, a bow or a courtesy.
discoursive,
The state or quality of being discoursive or able to reason.
agri,
In the act of groping.
capital,
The head or uppermost member of a column, pilaster, etc. It consists generally of three parts, abacus, bell or base, and necking, anything resembling, in form or position, a column in architecture, and a bright body or mass, a shaft or obelisk, as a column of air, of water, of mercury, etc. The column vendome, the spinal column.
angular,
Relating to an angle or to angles, having an angle or angles, forming an angle or corner, sharp cornered, pointed, as an angular figure.
redemption,
the liberation of an estate from mortgage, or the taking back of property mortgaged upon performance of the terms or conditions on which it was conveyed. Also, the right of redeeming and reentering upon an estate mortgage, equality of rights, natural justice or right, the giving, or desiring to give, to each man his due, according to reason, and the law of God to man, fairness in determination of conflicting claims, impartiality of redemption, under equity.
Auricled.
Having ear-shaped appendages or lobes, auriculate as auricled leaves.
Parasa.
The nativity of our Lord.
Array.
The panel itself.
Glycoloric.
Pertaining to, derived from, glycol and urea, as glycoloric acid, which is called also hydantoic acid.
Spirituous.
Containing, or of the nature of, alcoholic especially distilled, spirit, consisting of refined spirit, alcoholic, ardent, as, spirituous liquors.
Noctilucine.
Of or pertaining to Noctiluca.
Scorching.
Present participle and verbal noun of scorch, to burn superficially, to parch, or shrivel, the surface of, by heat, to subject to so much heat as changes color and texture without consuming, as, to scorch linen.
Honed.
Imperfect and past participle of hone, a stone of a fine grit, or a slab, as of metal, covered with an abrading substance or powder, used for sharpening cutting instruments, and especially for setting razors, an oil stone.
Clutfoot.
The fowl Arab, so called because its toes are like the coots.
Impark.
To enclose for a park, to sever from a common, hence, to enclose or shut up.
Edental.
Destitute of heat, as, an edentate quadruped, an edentate leaf.
Ed.
The name of the Anglo-Saxon letter slash, capital form, it is sounded as English th in a similar word, slash slasher, other, d slash slash, dot.
Rule.
A measuring instrument consisting of a graduated bar of wood, ivory, metal, or the like, which is usually marked so as to show inches and fractions of an inch, and jointed so that it may be folded compactly.
Deface.
To destroy or mar the face or external appearance of, to disfigure, to injure, spoil, or mar, by effacing or obliterating important features or portions of, as, to deface a monument, to deface an edifice, to deface writing, to deface a note, deed, or bond, to deface a record.
Prefer.
To carry or bring something forward or before one, hence, to bring for consideration, acceptance, judgment, etc. To offer, to present, to proffer, to address, said especially of a request, prayer, petition, claim, charge, etc.
Oakum.
The coarse portion separated from flax or hempen knackling.
Plastic.
Pertaining or appropriate to, or characteristic of, molding or modeling, produced by, or appearing as if produced by, molding or modeling, set of sculpture and the kindred arts, in distinction from painting and the graphic arts.
Conditionally.
In a conditional manner, subject to condition or conditions, not absolutely or positively.
XRA.
To plow up, also, to engrave, to write.
Backing.
Present participle and verbal noun of back, in human beings, the hinder part of the body, extending from the neck to the end of the spine. In other animals, that part of the body which corresponds most nearly to such part of a human being, as the back of a horse, fish, or lobster.
Disburden.
To relieve oneself of a burden, to ease the mind.
Conirostral.
Belonging to the conirosters.
A seer.
A kind of willow salix viminalis, growing in wet places in Europe and Asia, and introduced into North America. It is considered the best of the willows for basket work. The name is sometimes given to any kind of willow.
Prebendary.
To invest with the office of prebendary, to present to prebend.
Irremoval.
Absence of removal.
Aya.
An island, a little island in a river or lake, an islet, or little isle, in a river or lake, an aya.
Bacchanal.
A devotee of Bacchus, one who indulges in drunken revels, one who is noisy and riotous when intoxicated, a kerzer.
Darn.
A place mended by darning.
Scum.
To sweep or range over the surface of.
Live forever.
A plant sedentellophium, with fleshy leaves, which has extreme powers of resisting drought, garden ox pine.
Consectary.
That which follows by consequence or is logically deducible. Deduction from premises, corollary.
Proximal.
Of or pertaining to that which is proximal, as the proximal bones of a limb, opposed to distal.
Vaginicola.
A genus of infusoria which form minute vessel-like or tubular cases in which they dwell.
Didipal.
A stupid person, a fool, a blockhead.
Lamellibranchiate.
One of the lamellibranchia.
Rightful.
Having the right or just claim according to the established laws, being or holding by right, as the rightful heir to a throne or an estate, the rightful king.
Rest.
To cease from action or motion, especially from action which has caused weariness, to desist from labor or exertion.
Jingle.
That which makes a jingling sound, as a rattle.
Glycerin.
A yellow crystalline substance produced artificially, it is isomeric with alizarin.
Sporiferous.
Bearing or producing spores.
Proletary.
A citizen of the lowest class, who served the state not with property, but only by having children, hence, a common person.
Neckband.
A band which goes around the neck, often, the part at the top of a garment.
Incapable.
Not capable of being brought to do or perform, because morally strong or well disposed, used with reference to some evil, as incapable of wrong, dishonesty, or falsehood.
Decline.
To put or turn aside, to turn off or away from, to refuse to undertake or comply with, reject, to shun, to avoid, as, to decline an offer, to decline a contest. He declined any participation with them.
Santalic.
Of, pertaining to, or obtained from, sandalwood santalin, used specifically to designate an acid obtained as a resinous or red crystalline dyestuff, which is called also santalin.
Ovoplasma.
Yolk, egg yolk.
Squirene.
One who's half squire and half farmer, used humorously.
Study.
To endeavor diligently, to be zealous.
Grappling.
Present participle and verbal noun of grapple. To lie prostrate on the belly, to sprawl on the ground, to grovel.
Identicalness.
The quality or state of being identical, sameness.
Elevate.
To raise to higher pitch, or to a greater degree of loudness, set of sounds, as, to elevate the voice.
Physics.
The science of nature, or of natural objects, that branch of science which treats of the laws and properties of matter, and the forces acting upon it, especially that department of natural science which treats of the causes as gravitation, heat, light, magnetism, electricity, etc., that modify the general properties of bodies, natural philosophy.
Ballast.
Any heavy substance, as stone, iron, etc., put into the hold to sink a vessel in the water to such a depth as to prevent capsizing.
Anabaptism.
The doctrine of the Anabaptists.
Ravist.
To clothe again, to cover, as with a robe, to robe.
Llano.
An extensive plain with or without vegetation.
ingracious,
ungracious, unkind.
speculum,
An instrument for dilating certain passages of the body and throwing light within them, thus facilitating examination or surgical operations.
exception,
An objection, cavil, dissent, disapprobation, offense, cause of offense, usually followed by to or against.
prosodiocally,
Prosodically,
spider,
any one of numerous species of arachnids comprising the order Arachnia. Spiders have the mandibles converted into poison fangs, or falcers. The abdomen is large and not segmented, with 2 or 3 pairs of spinnerets near the end, by means of which they spin threads of silk to form cocoons, or nests, to protect their eggs and young. Many species spin also complex webs to entrap the insects upon which they prey. The eyes are usually 8 in number, rarely 6, and are situated on the back of the cephalothorax under arena.
determining,
Present participle and verbal noun of determine, to ascertain definitely, to find out the specific character or name of, to assign to its true place in a system, as, to determine an unknown or a newly discovered plant or its name.
Jeffersonia,
An American herb with a pretty, white, solitary blossom, and deeply toothed leaves. Jeffersonia diphylla, twin leaf.
mass,
A large quantity, a sum.
lixt,
2 deepers, sing, pres, of lich, to lie, to tell lies, contracted for liges.
gymnocarpus,
Naked fruited, the fruit either smooth or not adherent to the perianth.
romanticness,
The state or quality of being romantic, witness, fancifulness.
orcine,
Reddish-brown amorphous dye-stuff, obtained from orsin, and forming the essential coloring matter of cudbear and archil. It is closely related to litmus.
ironical,
Pertaining to irony, containing, expressing, or characterized by irony, as an ironical remark.
muggy,
Moist, damp, moldy, as muddy straw.
seraskiere,
The office or authority of a Sraskier.
L,
A European Alcirnia maluco, of a tawny color, called also Uluia.
quarrel,
To compel by a quarrel, as to quarrel a man out of his estate or rights.
insecure,
Insecure.
non-importation,
Want or failure of importation, not importing of commodities.
random,
One of numerous minute rod-like structures formed of two or more cells situated behind the retinule in the compound eyes of insects, etc. under omatidium.
Serrage.
That by which a course is directed.
Traalism.
A stammering or stuttering.
Hartford.
The Hartford grape, a variety of grape first raised at Hartford, Connecticut, from the northern fox grape. Its large dark-colored berries ripen earlier than those of most other kinds.
Fusarial.
A molding generally placed under the echinus or quarter round of capitals in the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders of architecture.
Decided.
Free from doubt or wavering, determined, of fixed purpose, fully settled, positive, resolute, as a decided opinion or purpose.
Centaur.
A fabulous being, represented as half man and half horse.
Peace.
An individual, applied to a person as being of a certain nature or quality, often, but not always, used slightingly or in contempt.
Steam.
To rise in vapor, to issue, or pass off, as vapor.
Unprizable.
Not prized or valued, being without value.
Dosable.
Easily taught or managed, teachable.
Illiteracies.
The state of being illiterate, or uneducated, want of learning, or knowledge, ignorance, specifically, inability to read and write, as the illiteracy shown by the last census.
Sectarian.
One of a sect, a member or adherent of a special school, denomination, or religious or philosophical party, one of a party in religion which has separated itself from established church, or which holds tenets different from those of the prevailing denomination in a state.
Circuit.
The space enclosed within a circle, or within limits.
Accouchement.
Delivery in child.
Stamp.
To strike, to beat, to crush.
Croquet.
The act of croqueting.
Neutralization.
The act or process of neutralizing, or the state of being neutralized.
Personal.
Pertaining to the external or bodily appearance, corporeal, as personal charms.
Shingled.
Of shingle.
Sulfat.
To sing the notes of the gamut, ascending or descending, as do or re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, or the same in reverse order.
Tulip shell.
A large, handsomely colored, marine univalve shellfish Chalaria tulipa, native of the southern United States, The name is sometimes applied also to other species of Fasciolaria.
Northwest.
The point in the horizon between the north and west, and equally distant from each, the northwest part or region.
Understanded.
Of understand.
Break.
Of break.
Cancel.
The suppression or striking out of matter in type, or of a printed page or pages.
Hitherward.
Toward this place, hither.
Yaffle.
The yaffle.
Haggard.
A fierce, intractable creature.
Throttler.
One who prates in a weak and silly manner, like one whose faculties are decayed.
Ways goose.
A stubbled goose.
Misensible.
Unlucky.
Anoint.
To smear or rub over with oil or an unctuous substance. Also, to spread over, as oil.
Moabitus.
A female Moabite.
Fumarole.
A lantern, or liver covering, placed on a roof, for ventilation or escape of smoke.
Alcohol.
Shortened forms of alcohol.
Idiotry.
The condition or quality of being an idiot, absence, or marked deficiency, of sense and intelligence.
Soppinate.
A hydrous silicate of magnesia and alumina, it occurs in soft, soapy, amorphous masses, filling veins in serpentine and cavities in trap rock.
Narrow.
Of little extent, very limited, circumscribed.
Playgoer.
One who frequents playhouses or attends dramatic performances.
Legalize.
To make legal.
Helch.
A hunch.
Wanting.
Missing, wanting.
Rich.
Abounding in agreeable or nutritive qualities, especially applied to articles of food or drink which are high seasoned or abound in oleaginous ingredients, or are sweet, luscious, and high flavored, as a rich dish, rich cream or soup, rich pastry, rich wine or fruit.
Excerpt.
To select, to extract, to cite, to quote.
Emated.
Having buds adorned with gems or jewels.
Baccalaureate.
Pertaining to Bachelor of Arts.
Disembowel.
To take or draw from the body, as the web of a spider.
Overexertion.
Excessive exertion.
tantalum,
a rare non-metallic element found in certain minerals, as tantalite, samarskite, and fertisonite, and isolated as a dark powder which becomes steel gray by burnishing. Symbol tot, atomic weight 182.0, formerly called also tantalum.
philologic,
Of or pertaining to philology.
lactumide,
A white, crystalline substance obtained as an anhydride of alanine, and regarded as an amido derivative of lactic acid.
remonstrating,
Present participle and verbal noun of remonstrate, to present and urge reasons in opposition to an act, measure, or any course of proceedings, to expostulate, as, to remonstrate with a person regarding his habits, to remonstrate against proposed taxation.
high,
To hasten, to go in haste, also often with the reciprocal pronoun.
stalker,
One who stalks.
tormental,
Rosaceae serpotentilla tormentilla, the root of which is used as a powerful astringent, and for alleviating gripes, or tormina, in diarrhea.
swat,
A sound, a groan, a moan, a saw.
ostracism,
Banishment by popular vote, a means adopted at Athens to rid the city of a person whose talent and influence gave umbrage.
tapering,
Present participle and verbal noun of taper, regularly narrowed toward the point, becoming small toward one end, conical, pyramidical, as, taper fingers.
impartible,
Capable of being imparted or communicated.
venerator,
One who venerates. Pick. To pull apart or away, especially with the fingers. To pluck, to gather, as fruit from a tree, flowers from the stalk, feathers from the fowl, etc.
solfeggere,
To solve off, to sing the notes of the gamut, ascending or descending, as do or re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, or the same in reverse order.
divinify,
To render divine, to deify.
good,
Adequate, sufficient, competent, sound, not fallacious, valid, in a commercial sense, to be depended on for the discharge of obligations incurred, having pecuniary ability, of unimpaired credit.
ruby,
A precious stone of a carmine red color, sometimes verging to violet or intermediate between carmine and hyacinth red. It is a red crystallized variety of corundum.
square,
Hence, anything which is square, or nearly so.
bag,
A sack or pouch, used for holding anything, as a bag of meal or of money.
anserine,
pertaining to the answers.
Anomalies.
The angular distance of a planet from its perihelion, as seen from the Sun, this is the true anomaly. The eccentric anomaly is a corresponding angle at the center of the elliptic orbit of the planet. The mean anomaly is what the anomaly would be if the planet's angular motion were uniform.
Flea.
Downy, fluffy.
Century.
100, as a century of sonnets, an aggregate of 100 things.
Impediment.
To impede.
Vitalize.
To endow with life, or vitality. To give life to make alive, as vitalized blood.
Apprehend.
To know or learn with certainty.
Smoky.
Suspicious, open to suspicion.
Anti.
Each player's stake, which is put into the pool before the game begins.
Dermadian.
Of or pertaining to the skin.
Styrene.
A triacid alcohol, related to glycerin, and obtained from certain sterile derivatives as yellow, gummy, amorphous substance, called also phenylglycerin.
Newish.
Somewhat new, nearly new.
Haustellate.
Provided with a haustellum, or sucking proboscis.
Taxman.
One who holds a tack or lease from another, a tenant, or lessee.
Mal.
Pertaining to the malice.
Druidic.
Pertaining to, or resembling, the Druids.
Sensualistic.
Adopting or teaching the doctrines of sensualism.
Mulata.
A drove of mules.
Tribunal.
The seat of a judge, the bench on which a judge and his associates sit for administering justice.
Outland.
Foreign, outlandish.
Motion.
To direct or invite by a motion, as of the hand or head, as, to motion one to a seat.
Appishness.
The quality of being appish, mimicry, foppery.
Potential.
Anything that may be possible. A possibility, potentially.
Smart.
To cause a smarten.
Tunic.
Having each joint buried in the preceding funnel-shaped one, as in certain antennae of insects.
Equidancy.
Horsemanship.
Lurch.
Imperfect and past participle of lurch, a sudden roll of a ship to one side, as in heavy weather, hence, a swaying or staggering movement to one side, as that by a drunken man, figuratively, a sudden and capricious inclination of the mind.
electromancy,
Divination by means of a cock and grains of corn placed on the letters of the alphabet, the letters being put together in the order in which the grains were eaten.
wise,
Hence, especially, making due use of knowledge, discerning and judging soundly concerning what is true or false, proper or improper, choosing the best ends and the best means for accomplishing them, sagacious.
benefiter,
One who confers a benefit, also, one who receives a benefit.
Olarian,
At Oxford, England, a member of a hall, distinguished from a collegian.
boxing,
The act of fighting with the fist, a combat with the fist, sparring.
Theban,
A native or inhabitant of Thebes, also, a wise man.
stanch,
That which stanches or checks.
exudation,
The act of exiting, sweating, a discharge of humors, moisture, juice, or gum, as through pores or incisions, also, the substance exuded.
fluvid,
Tawny, dull yellow, with a mixture of gray and brown.
calm,
Undisturbed by passion or emotion, not agitated or excited, tranquil, quiet in act or speech.
hummock,
A rounded knoll or hillock, a rise of ground of no great extent, above a level surface.
traverse,
A cross, athwart.
combustible,
A substance that may be set on fire, or which is liable to take fire and burn.
arrowroot,
The common bistort or snakeweed Polygonum bistorta.
limitary,
Placed at the limit as a guard.
practice,
To make use of, to employ.
dietary,
A rule of diet, a fixed allowance of food, as in workhouse, prison, etc.
gunshot,
Made by the shot of a gun, Anglo-Saxon a gunshot wound.
apiary,
The practice of aping, an apish action.
five-leaved,
Having 5 leaflets, as the Virginia creeper.
deodand,
A personal chattel which had caused the death of a person, and for that reason was given to God, that is, forfeited to the crown, to be applied to pious uses, and distributed in alms by the high almoner. Thus, if the cart ran over a man and killed him, it was forfeited as a deodand.
lacrimation,
An involuntary discharge of watery humors from the eyes, wateriness of the eyes.
Ib.
To act like a cat.
Resolute.
Having a decided purpose, determined, resolved, fixed in a determination, hence, bold, firm, steady.
Meridionality.
The state of being in the meridian.
Jehu.
A coachman, a driver, especially one who drives furiously.
Quitter.
A chronic abscess, or fistula of the coronet in a horse's foot, resulting from inflammation of the tissues investing the coffin bone.
Calm.
Freedom from motion, agitation, or disturbance, a cessation or absence of that which causes motion or disturbance, as of winds or waves, tranquility, stillness, quiet, serenity.
Semel.
The sinew,
Myocardium.
the main substance of the muscular wall of the heart enclosed between the epicardium and endocardium.
Nectocalysis.
One of the zoots of certain Siphonophora, having somewhat the form, and the essential structure, of the bell of a jellyfish, and acting as a swimming organ.
Ice.
Water, cream, custard, etc., sweetened, flavored, and artificially frozen.
Nail brush.
A brush for cleaning the nails.
Revolution.
The motion of any body, as a planet or satellite, in a curved line or orbit, until it returns to the same point again, or to a point relatively the same, designated as the annual, anomalistic, nautical, sidereal, or tropical revolution, according as the point of return or completion has a fixed relation to the year, the anomaly, the nodes, the stars, or the tropics, as the revolution of the earth about the sun, the revolution of the moon about the earth.
Humility.
An act of submission or courtesy.
Chaffer.
One who chaffs.
Chameleon.
A lizard-like reptile of the genus Chamaeleo, of several species, found in Africa, Asia, and Europe. The skin is covered with fine granulations, the tail is prehensile, and the body is much compressed laterally, giving it high back.
Scuttle.
A small opening in an outside wall or covering, furnished with a lid.
Trudge.
A tax or impost, tribute.
Romantical.
Of or pertaining to the style of the Christian and popular literature of the Middle Ages, as opposed to the classical antique, of the nature of, or appropriate to, that style, as the Romantic school of poets.
Prickshaft.
An arrow.
Polish.
Anything used to produce a gloss.
ethnical,
pertaining to the Gentiles, or nations not converted to Christianity, heathen, pagan, opposed to Jewish and Christian.
garrison,
To place troops in, as a fortification, for its defense, to furnish with soldiers, as, to garrison a fort or town.
vicious,
Characterized by vice or defect, defective, faulty, imperfect.
bestridden,
Past participle of bestride, to stand or sit with anything between the legs, or with the legs astride, to stand over.
vesicle,
A cavity or sac, especially one filled with fluid, as the umbilical vesicle.
gaudish,
One of the large beads in the rosary at which the paternoster is recited.
mexical,
A distilled liquor prepared in Mexico from a species of agave, a genus of plants order Amaryllidaceae, of which the chief species is the Migi or century plantano, americana, wrongly called aloe. It is from 10 to 70 years, according to climate, in attaining maturity, when it produces a gigantic flower stem, sometimes 40 feet in height, and perishes. The fermented juice is the pulp of the Mexicans. Distilled, it yields mescal. A strong thread and a tough paper are made from the leaves, and the wood has many uses.
blemish,
To tarnish, as reputation or character. To defame.
buggy,
A light one-horse two-wheeled vehicle.
shittleness,
Instability, inconstancy.
wide,
The angler, called also wide-ated and wide,
afflicting,
present participle and verbal noun of afflict, to inflict some great injury or hurt upon, causing continued pain or mental distress, to trouble grievously, to torment.
connectively,
In conjunction, jointly.
totter,
To shake so as to threaten a fall, to vacillate, to be unsteady, to stagger, as an old man totters with age.
wastrel,
Wasteland or common land.
falciform,
Having the shape of a scythe or sickle, resembling a reaping hook, as the falciform ligament of the liver.
quondam,
Having been formerly, former, sometime.
nightman,
One whose business is emptying privies by night.
stick,
Anything shaped like a stick, as a stick of wax.
prophetize,
To give predictions, to foreshow events, to prophecy.
bile,
The East Indian weaver bird Ploceus philippinus.
counter,
Contrary, in opposition, in an opposite direction, contrariwise, used chiefly with run or go.
Scratch brush.
A stiff wire brush for cleaning iron castings and other metal.
Instrumentary.
Applied to a case expressing means or agency, as the instrumental case. This is found in Sanskrit as a separate case, but in Greek it was merged into the dative, and in Latin into the ablative. In Old English it was a separate case, but has disappeared, leaving only a few anomalous forms.
Cow's language.
Malayan.
Monarchize.
To play the sovereign, to act the monarch.
Sagum.
The military cloak of the Roman soldiers.
Pilfering.
Thieving in a small way.
Gulls.
The tincture red, indicated in seals and engraved figures of escutcheons by parallel vertical lines, hence, used botically for a red color or that which is red.
Spectatorship.
The office or quality of a spectator.
Fang.
To enable to catch or hear, to furnish with things.
Greco-Roman.
Having characteristics that are partly Greek and partly Roman, as Greco-Roman architecture.
Housewife.
To manage with skill and economy, as a housewife or other female manager. To economize.
Dispensation.
That which is dispensed, dealt out, or appointed, that which is enjoined or bestowed.
Call.
The privilege to demand the delivery of stock, grain, or any commodity, at a fixed price, at or within a certain time agreed on.
Latinism.
A Latin idiom, a mode of speech peculiar to Latin, also, a mode of speech in another language, as English, formed on a Latin model.
Chiltern hundreds.
A tract of crown land in Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire, England, to which is attached the nominal office of steward, as members of Parliament cannot resign. When they wish to go out they accept this stewardship, which legally vacates their seats.
Baroque.
In bad taste, grotesque, odd.
Relate.
To refer, to ascribe, as to a source.
Gargani.
A small European duck on Asquarcatula, called also cricket teal, and summer teal.
Sackclothed.
Clothed in sackcloth.
Packfire.
One who pacifies.
Jostle.
To push, to drive, to force by running against, to jostle.
Sociological.
Of or pertaining to sociology, or social science.
Southwestern.
of or pertaining to the southwest, southwesterly, as, to sail a southwestern course.
love,
Courtship, chiefly in the phrase to make love, that is, to court, to woo, to solicit union in marriage.
diapase,
One of certain stops in the organ, so called because they extend through the scale of the instrument. They are of several kinds, as open diapason, stop diapason, double diapason, and the like.
sight,
Inspection, examination, as a letter intended for the sight of only one person.
breeze fly,
A fly of various species, of the family Tabanid, noted for buzzing about animals, and tormenting them by sucking their blood, called also horsefly, and gadfly. They are among the largest of two-winged or dipterous insects. The name is also given to different species of bot fleas.
faunus,
A god of fields and shepherds, differing little from the satyr. The fauns are usually represented as half goat and half man.
part,
Partly, in a measure.
like a pot,
An old name for a fossil club moss.
comparative,
One who makes comparisons, one who affects with.
entailment,
The act of entailing or of giving, as an estate, and directing the mode of descent.
eminently,
In an eminent manner, in a high degree, conspicuously, as, to be eminently learned.
filament,
A thread or thread-like object or appendage, a fiber, especially bot, the thread-like part of the stamen supporting the anther.
Canadian,
Of or pertaining to Canada.
anaconosis,
A figure by which a speaker appeals to his hearers or opponents for their opinion on the point in debate.
lenticel,
One of the small, oval, rounded spots upon the stem or branch of a plant, from which the underlying tissues may protrude or roots may issue, either in the air, or more commonly when the stem or branch is covered with water or earth.
chink,
To fill up the chinks of, as, to chink a wall.
epigeus,
Growing on, or close to, the ground.
rack,
To wash on a wreck, as metals or ore.
mechanicalize,
To cause to become mechanical.
gansa,
A kind of wild goose, by a flock of which a virtuoso was fabled to be carried to the lunar world.
fugacity,
The quality of being fugacious, fugelessness, volatility, as, fugacity of spirits.
racker,
One who racks.
privileged,
invested with a privilege, enjoying a peculiar right, advantage, or immunity.
Breaching.
The sheet iron casing at the end of boilers to convey the smoke from the flues to the smokestack.
Contention.
Vehemence of endeavor, eagerness, ardor, zeal.
Inform.
To form, to fashion.
Wall.
To close or fill with a wall, as a doorway.
Water spider.
A water mine.
Detracted.
Imperfect and past participle of detract. To take away a part or something, especially from one's credit, to lessen reputation, to derogate, to diffam, often with from.
Acant.
An ornament resembling the foliage or leaves of the acanthus spinosus, used in the capitals of the Corinthian and composite orders.
Desponder.
One who desponds.
Asserter.
One who asserts. One who avers PR maintains. An asserter.
Herbage.
Herbs collectively. Green food beasts. Grass. Pasture.
Hilly.
Lofty. As. Hilly empire.
Illustriousness.
The state or quality of being eminent. Greatness. Grandeur. Glory. Fame.
Unsettle.
To become unsettled or unfixed. To be disordered.
Bicycle.
A light vehicle having two wheels one behind the other. It has a saddle seat and is propelled by the rider's feet acting on cranks or levers.
Sovereign.
Princely, royal.
War.
Imperfect of wear, to endure or suffer use, to last under employment, to bear the consequences of use, as waste, consumption, or attrition, as a coat wears well or ill. Hence, sometimes applied to character, qualifications, etc., as a man wears well as an acquaintance.
Innovation.
A change effected by innovating, a change in customs, something new, and contrary to the established customs, manners, or rights.
Waste.
Desolate, devastated, stripped, bare, hence, dreary, dismal, gloomy, cheerless.
Fungus.
Growing suddenly, but not substantial or durable.
Urochord.
The central axis or cord in the tail of larval ascidians and of certain adult tunicates.
Wing.
An ornament worn on the shoulder, a small epaulette or shoulder knot.
Pod.
A considerable number of animals closely clustered together. Set of seals.
mix,
to associate, to mingle.
kale,
A variety of cabbage in which the leaves do not form a head, being nearly the original or wild form of the species.
polite,
To polish, to refine, to render polite.
statistics,
Classified facts respecting the condition of the people in a state, their health, their longevity, domestic economy, arts, property, and political strength, their resources, the state of the country, etc., or respecting any particular class or interest, especially those facts which can be stated in numbers, or in tables of numbers, or in any tabular and classified arrangement.
hold,
Of hold, CONTR, from holdeth.
amaranth,
Amaranth,
candied,
converted wholly or partially into sugar or candy, as candied syrup.
bloated,
Imperfect and past participle of look, to look steadfastly, to gaze earnestly, usually in a bad sense, to gaze with malignant satisfaction, passionate desire, lust, or avarice.
wrapper,
Specifically, a loose outer garment, an article of dress intended to be wrapped round the person, as a morning wrapper, a gentleman's wrapper.
enclitic,
A fixed, subjoined set of a word or particle which leans back upon the preceding word so as to become a part of it and to lose its own independent accent, generally varying also the accent of the preceding word.
backwardly,
Reluctantly, slowly, aversely.
martyrization,
Act of martyrizing, or state of being martyrized, torture.
bottom,
Having at the bottom, or as a bottom, resting upon a bottom, grounded, mostly, in composition, as, sharp-bottomed, well-bottomed.
coupler,
One who couples, that which couples, as a link, ring, or shackle, to connect cars.
stretch,
To strain the truth, to exaggerate, as a man apt to stretch in his report of facts.
monk,
The European bullfinch.
car,
The basket, box, or cage suspended from a balloon to contain passengers, ballast, etc.
toxophobia,
An insane or greatly exaggerated dread of poisons.
halloa,
A loud exclamation, a call to invite attention or to incite a person or an animal, a shout.
moderate,
A salt of boric acid.
epicardiac,
Of or relating to the epicardium.
tend,
To move in a certain direction, usually with two or towards.
Fall.
To change the direction of the ship by following the wind. To pull or draw with force. To drag. Ct.
Molybdic.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. States and works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.